Tell me.
So 50, right? 15 minutes, and that is with questions during, or how are you?
Yeah, I mean the way I wanted to do this is to take only clarification questions during the 15 first minutes, or we can arrange 20 first minutes, and then question during the talk, right? And I will monitor that, and I will just I will be the moderator on that. So this is how I was thinking about it. So you've got 50 minutes to present, including questions, and I will ask the attendees to be so keen and just ask only clarification question at the beginning, because otherwise we won't manage to skip on schedule.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good to you? Okay, yeah. That's good. So I still have to. We have almost 100 attendees, so we'll wait for a couple of more minutes maybe, and then we can start. If this is fine with you.
Yeah.
Oh, John is here. Hi, John. Hello. Just
Hi.
Hi, John. Thank you for so much for being with us. This is super nice.
No, looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Hey, John.
Hey, Anne. Long time no see.
Exactly.
You cleaned up the basement, I see.
No, I had another basement. I had the proper basement for conferences.
So I think we may want to start. First of all, I would like to welcome everybody to this webinar on globalization, technology, and labor market outcomes. I really would like to thank first our speakers, Yann Delocker, Esther Faya, Claire Lelarge, Ariel Rechef, and John van Rienen for being with us. This is so nice to have you guys with us today. So there is no need to present them in details, given their massive, important contributions to the economic and management literature. So their contributions go far beyond our discipline. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to hear about your important contributions. And this year, actually, each paper will touch upon, among other issues, the importance of understanding the distributional change or impact that globalization, technology, but also labor market regulation could have. And you will still have to wait for John at the end of the seminar to hear about his contribution on the topic. Thanks, John, for being with us. So I'd like to warmly welcome all the attendees. We are still 30 for now, but we will be almost 100 in the room. And as a moderator, what I will ask for the attendees, I will need to stick to the rules. We have 50 minutes for each presentation, and during the first 15 minutes, there will only be clarification questions. So I will just gather all the questions and just open the mic for the people that have clarification question. And after the 15 minutes, feel free to raise your deeper questions. So we can start now. Actually, we have 5 papers. Yann Delocker, you are the first to present. I'm super happy to see finally this paper on market power. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everybody see the screen and hear me? Yeah. All right. So thanks, Sarit, so much for the introduction, and thanks for inviting me to give a paper in what looks to be a fun afternoon. And I agree, it touches upon many, many important topics. I will talk about various papers today, taking stock of what I think we can comfortably list as facts, and then as I progress the talk, I will go towards more work in progress, where I think I want to share with you some current insights and progress going forward to these topics. So I don't think I have to remind anyone in the audience here that there's been a lively debate about the presence, the causes, and the implications of market power. And I think it's best manifested in when the macroeconomists start paying attention to what microeconomists typically do. Then we kind of know there's something of mutual interest, and the interest is really, in some sense, renewed from way back. Whether market power can have any implications beyond a single industry, and that has brought the study and the measurement of market power and their implications and causes front and center across a wide range of disciplines inside economics. And in a sense, if you think about it, it is not that surprising, and it's perhaps a logical next step after decades of acknowledgements by various observers that firm heterogeneity is key in understanding industry-wide, but also economy-wide aggregates, right? So the role of differences in firms and differences in workers and all that hangs together has been central in not only in trade and of course in IO, but increasingly so in macro, right? And this comes decades after Harvard's famous quote, where he said in his well-known 54 AR paper that when we're interested in the big picture of our manufacturing economy, we need not to apologize for treating it as competitive, for in fact it is awfully close to being so. On the other hand, when we're interested in the doings of a particular industry, it may often be wise to take monopoly elements into account. Now, that way may well have been the state of affairs in the 20s when he was looking at the data, although people would argue against that. It's fair to say that this notion has been challenged, and it's of course due to the arrival of the micro data, but I think it's also fair to say that it's been a difference in focus and a difference in the models that we are bringing to bear to study this question, whether, if there is an issue of market power, is it present and does it have aggregate implications? And when we say aggregate implications, a natural one we'll talk about today, given it's the topic of the conference, is for labor markets, but it also has to do with competition policy, with trade policy, and it even goes down into the sphere of monetary policy, right? And it's fair to say that it's just been a fascinating active line of research, pulling folks from IO, macro, and applied micro and finance. And I think the bottom line so far is that I think we've learned a lot collectively, and of course, also what we do not know well yet. And my hope is that after today's presentations, and particularly mine, because I know what I'm going to talk about, I'll give you a little bit more of an insight as to where I think we are, and also where we have to do much more work. Okay, and so whenever we say the word market power, and we think about how to draw conclusions on sources, implications, of course, the key thing is with anything in economics is measurement, right? You can say as much as you want about a topic, we need to go out and measure it. Now, this very sort of nexus in macro and IO has made the measurement of markups, of course, a key thing, alongside the presence of fixed costs, which I'll come back to today quite often, the presence of profits, and then all the things that go with it in business dynamism, which is innovation and entry, and of course, importantly, what implications from these might have for labor demand, and this along the whole type distribution of firms. Now, with type, I mean, you can call that productivity, but you could call that performance. And that's going to be a key thing, is that along that distribution, we are going to just see very stable set of facts that these changes that we've been describing in the literature over the last couple of years have really been in the hand of a couple of firms within an industry. And that heterogeneity is going to be key in doing the measurement, but also in carrying out the quantification exercises, okay? And so in general, and most of you are aware of this, but this is just kind of to say where we're coming from, there's different approaches to measure market power. Most IO economists would, respond that markups are a good way to measure market power. When you put them in front of a judge in a court setting, they might not be that comfortable doing that because there's all kinds of reasons why high markups may be reflecting higher efficiency and so forth. But nonetheless, I think there's three broad strands to measure these objects. So markups are going to be very often our way to go to get at market power. The accounting approach, which has been with us for a while, has the advantage that one can read it off in the data, but has to confront these various issues of how can we convince ourselves that economic total costs are in the data, on top of having to assume constant returns to scale, essentially flat marginal costs, which is something when you study market power, you probably do not want to impose because there might be just a reason for being big is your increasing returns to scale. Then in IO, a very popular approach has been the so-called demand conduct approach due to Bresnahan and popularized by BLP, Barry and Pagan. But that is a very market-tested approach, but it relies on quite a bit of detailed data, and on top of that, a model of conduct and demand. Now, I think partly why this took us so long to do the micro measurement on, say, markups for a wide range of industries and going over time is that precisely this approach that was bread and butter to IO does not lean itself that easily to go out and do an aggregate study, because you're going to need price and quantity data and instruments that move around prices that are not coming from demand. And then you need a model of conduct. So now you have to kind of start asking yourself, do I really want to be imposing models of competition over time for all these industries? And so a third approach is the so-called production approach, which was initiated by Hall in the 80s with an aggregate notion. And then later on, Frederick and I sort of showed how you can do that with computing it for each producer in the data, is essentially lifting cost minimization and production data. So all these approaches have pros and cons. It just turns out that the third approach has been more amenable to the type of data that we typically work with in this literature. But there are examples where folks have done 2 and 3 on one industry. I've done this for beer, for example, with Paul Scott, and we came back pretty confident that when you apply them with the institutional detail of the industries, that 2 and 3 seem to align pretty well in terms of numbers that we get out, right? So what I'm going to do today is use method 3 and bring you up to speed on some facts, okay? And so once I've done the facts, I'm going to actually make the point, and I want to make it already before we do that, that we can measure quite a bit of things, and we can put down a lot of facts, but the measurement alone will never be enough to weigh in on the causes and the implications, right? So if you want to make statements about labor market effects or competition policy or trade policy, any of those things are going to require more than just measuring markups, for example, right? Or profits, right? So what I'm going to push for today is that, once we take stock of the facts, that is not sufficient to quantify the implications and identify the sources. So as always, there's 2 ways to go. Either you can identify the impact in an applied micro setting with a clever research design. I'm not going to do that today. I have other work that does that. The main limitation with that approach is that if you really think there's general equilibrium effects, that is going to be in general quite challenging to think you can use some exogenous variation, say competition, to trace out a labor market effect. That's not to say that you cannot do it, but it's quite challenging. It's equally challenging to model this. So today I'm going to end with some recent work that I did with co-authors that I'll mention in a second, where we're going to build a macro model with enough IO realism that's going to let both technology and market structure play a role. Because the point here today is I'm going to show you some facts on markups for the US and the world. And then, of course, the interpretation is always going to be, is it coming from technology or market structure, right? One is that we like a lot. We like there to be innovation and productivity changes, and if that leads to market shares going to these more productive firms, that's a clear welfare benefit. But if there's an issue on the competition side and the effective number of firms going down, that's an issue of lack of competition. So the question kind of is, how much is coming from market structure through not enough entry, say, and how much is coming from technology, right? So we're going to focus on that very first bullet here today after we looked at some of the facts, right? And I think measurement before policy conclusions is absolutely critical in this domain. We've all been to enough conferences where there's pretty stark and strong conclusions being made regarding policy, both in the labor market spheres, but also in antitrust. And I feel that we have to keep the facts before us first, and then slowly and carefully build up our interpretation and understanding of these facts, and then discuss approaches to quantify causes and implications. So what I'm going to do today is precisely this, is bring you up to speed on some of the facts in the US and around the world. And of course, there's lots of things still missing, but I'm going to show you what we've done so far. And then we're going to get into a discussion of what we can learn from it, and then conclude with some ongoing work that is trying to put a little bit more of structure on this problem to quantify how much of these changes that we've seen can be responsible for some of the labor market outcomes and slowing down of business dynamism. So precisely these two steps will feature in my presentation today. So first, what do we know from this measurement of markups, and more complicated link to market power, right? So remember, markups need not to equalize market power, right? That's going to be an important theme throughout. We're going to do that both for the US and global. So in particular, I'm going to draw most of the work here today is together with Jan Eekhout, and then there's other co-authors depending on the paper. So we're going to remind you of some of the facts in the US. We're also going to remind you for some of the facts that we found globally, and that's in this global market power paper with Jan. And then towards the end, we're going to sort of move towards a more model-based analysis in terms of quantifying these implications, and that's joint work with Simon Mungy from the University of Chicago, where the hope is that we, are going to have enough realism in the model, albeit it being a general equilibrium macro model with firm heterogeneity, to get at these issues of how much is technology and market structure now going to be held responsible for fitting the facts that we do see, with a big focus on labor markets. The nice thing about this approach that we think, and that we are want to highlight, is that we are not going to impose how these channels must operate, technology and market structure. In fact, they're going to be solved out and estimated with moments that we have in the data. So we feel that's going to be an important thing, that we're not going to have to pre-impose, say, market definitions and market shares. We're actually going to let the model, given the data, inform us about that. Okay, the one slide on measurements, a markup to us is going to be the ratio of price over marginal cost. The facts that I'm going to show you are going to rely on the sort of the standard production approach way of getting at these markups, where the key thing that one needs to compute a markup mu for a firm I at point T in time is to first observe the revenue of the firm, that's P times Q, that's sales, and then expenditure on a variable input. You may think of this as electricity, you may think of this as intermediates. It turns out if you want to do this for a comprehensive data set, you do not have the luxury of seeing expenditures broken down that disaggregatedly. So this literature typically works with a bundle of variable inputs that in the accounting is often referred to as the cost of goods sold, COGS, but most of the things I'm going to show you today can be achieved with other intermediate inputs. So think of this for now, plain simply in the data, as the ratio of revenue over COGS, right? Scaled by an output elasticity of the firm, right? And so I'm not going to get into all the issues that surround this measurement. If you want to read about it in the paper with Jan and Gabriel, we go at it in length. The bottom line is here, in terms of a data set requirement, you're going to need to see a firm's revenue, its expenditure on a variable input, and a way to assign an output elasticity to that variable input. So the key thing for a researcher is to first make a decision on which input of production do you think the firm has full flexibility over within a period. So what is part of marginal cost and not fixed? So that's important. And then second, can you credibly measure the output elasticity, which is essentially coming from a production function underlying this approach. Okay, so let's get into some of the results that we've gathered so far. I'm first going to focus on the US. I go very quickly over that. Imagine that you may have seen some of these figures, and then I'm going to talk about global, and I'm going to do it in a pretty symmetric fashion. Okay. So in the US, you know, there was a lot of discussion on rising markups and rising market power, but I think the first figure you actually want to be showing is that for the median firm in the CompuStat data, but the same results were found in the US Census for manufacturing, retail, and wholesale. For the median firm, we don't really see a change over time. So what you see on the horizontal is always going to be time is always going to feature on the horizontal, and the vertical is tracing out this share weighted markup. And I did not mention this on the previous figure slide, but you can take your firm specific markup and you can weigh it up to the level of aggregation you choose. And today I'm going to show you countries and regions, but you can do that for an industry, for a market. So that's the reality for median firms. It's hovering around 1.2, while the share weighted, and this has been sort of the figure that was featured most prominently, has been trending up from the 80s all the way up to recent years. That means that all the action is in the upper percentiles, right? These are all weighted percentiles. The median is flat. It's really the upper percentiles that are responsible for this trending up of the aggregate markup. And that's going to be a key thing. A key thing, what we're going to show in this next figure, and I'm just repeating the facts here for the US, is just to say, if you were to plot the markup distribution in 1980, which is the dashed line, and you were to overlay the markup distribution in 2016, you see immediately what's going on in the data. You see mass shifting towards the higher markups. That is essentially the reallocation process that has been presented in our paper, and which was also featured prominently in John's work with Otter et al., where it's that reallocation, and that's really already shown by merely plotting the density plots in 80 and 2016. We see just the markup distribution shifting out. If you want to call it, it's just the firm size distribution is getting a fatter tail. A figure that drives that further home is to say, well, we can use these various decomposition methods that are out there to ask the question, the hypothetical question, how much was markup trending up if there was only markups increasing within the firm? So if we kept everybody's market shares fixed in the 80s, and the only thing we ask is how much would markups been up had we only let markups gone up but kept the market shares fixed, that would only be the blue line. So the point is that up to 2000, only 1/3 of the aggregate markup increase can be explained by what we call in this literature the within firm markup increase. So conversely, this means 2/3 is coming from somewhere else. And that's what we show in this paper is the reallocation towards these high markup firms, right? So that's going to be critical, is that it's not, these two things, that it's the top firms that are really responsible. And at the same time, there is a process where we see market share getting stronger, pushed into the hands of those firms who already have high markups to begin with, okay? A figure that takes me a long time to explain, but is one of my favorite figures that Jan and I and Gabe produced in our QG, which doesn't often get discussed, is the following, right? It's going to allow me to tell you that fixed cost also increased in the data, but it did so in a particular way. Okay, so what you're looking at here on the horizontal is the share of SG&A, which is this measure that we take just to get started, a measure of fixed factors. So this is sort of expenditures on advertising, marketing, R&D, brand value, all of these things over sales, right? So it's the value of SG&A over sales. And on the vertical, I'm going to give you the markup, okay? Now you see three colors, blue, green, and red. Blue is a 25th percentile in the markup distribution. Green is the median, and red is the 75th percentile, right? Now, I also overlay, I hope you can see this, the years in the data that represent an observation. So each dot here is a combination of the value of a markup in a particular year in that percentile, and how is it assigned with the ratio of sales of SG&A into sales. And what we do next is we ask the question, you know, if that rise, so many observers have documented, including us, that over time we've moved to the right of this scale, which is to say SG&A is getting a larger fraction of what firms are doing. You can interpret that as a rise of fixed costs, right? So first of all, that's what you see in the data. All the dots move northeast, right? From 1980 to here. And that's true for all percentiles. First observation, more and more share fixed cost in total sales. What's interesting is that for the blue and the green line, what we've computed here is a counterfactual markup, which is to say, if that rising fixed cost was always just fully offset by markups, what would have been the situation? And what this figure here is telling you is that for firms in the 25th percentile or in the 50th percentile, essentially, if they are spending more of fixed costs, their markup is going up a little to offset it, but not more than that. What's really different is the firms in the 75th percentile and higher. Those firms are, yes, spending more on fixed costs, but their markups are going above and beyond that, actually generating profits as a consequence. So the way you should interpret is for the top firms, the return on investment into these fixed costs has shot up tremendously over time. This is going to be a theme that's going to be important when we get into the modeling of this. So the bottom line here is the heterogeneity is key. The firms in the top end of the market distribution are the ones that are determining the aggregates, but they're also the ones that are spending more on fixed costs. But it's not that these fixed costs are simply offset by the markup increases. The markup increases are above and beyond, leading to the figure which you've seen before. This is just a profit rate in the US economy that went up from about 0 in 1980 to about 8% in 2016. That's just a manifestation of the fact that yes, fixed cost has been on the rise, but it has been on the rise more so for those firms whose margins been up, but their increasing margins has been above and beyond that, leading to this upward trending of the profit share. Okay. Well, is this all just because of the econometrics and the measurement? I tend to think no. Here's just one example of an external validity. You can take all these firms and line up these markups that we've estimated and line them up with the market cap to sales ratio, and we find pretty strong agreement, which is to say the firms that we are saying are doing pretty well in terms of our measurement, you know, seem to be doing well in other metrics that are available to us outside the realm of our modeling. Okay, so how about other regions in the world? Well, let's look at the data in the rest of the world. Now, there's tons of issues here. So what Jan and I decided to do is use this data set called World Scope, which is essentially, you can think about it, it's CompuStat for the world. So we have about 77,000 listed companies. There's tons of pros and cons. We can talk about that later. And I'm involved in a program that is doing deep dives for specific countries with administrative data, including Belgium, including the UK. Today, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about something very similar in terms of data. And let's just see what are the patterns in that data. Well, I could have taken all my figures from the previous slides and marked them with global, and you would not really see the difference when we just look at globally. So now I'm doing the same analysis, but I'm just doing it for these 77,000 firms. So very much trending upward aggregate markups, and again, flat medians and upper percentiles. Same is true for the densities, okay? But of course, this is not to say that every country and every region in the world is like the US or like the global one. What we're listing here is just to give you a flavor of the richness that we have in our analysis. I've just grouped them in terms of continents, right? But then again, from continents, you can go to countries, you can go to regions and industries. It's kind of unlimited disaggregation. What I find pretty interesting though is while we were writing our paper about the US and others, it was kind of clear that the facts on the US were sort of getting confirmed in various ways. And there was a reaction initially that Europe was just very different, right? That it was not the case in Europe. And most of these statements were made for data beyond the 2000s. And so what our analysis here is for the European case shows is that indeed during the 2000s, there wasn't really much of an aggregate markup increase. But if you look at before 2000, it is very much like the US, something that was trending up in the 80s and the 90s, although with different timing, okay? The one little blip here in Asia, if you're curious what that is, this is a large part due to the Chinese program of getting into the world global markets. And essentially, there is some work that I'll talk about later that has shown that markups in China actually went down post-WTO accession, which is all this sort of mandate of becoming, you know, if you will, the manufacturing warehouse of the world, essentially allowing for near marginal cost pricing for the private sector involved with exporting while keeping sort of high markup activities like banking and others in close Chinese ownership domestically. So that's essentially what you're getting from this type of analysis, is an ability to start comparing various regions. But the bottom line is globally, there isn't really much that you could, you know, disagree with when you're used to seeing the US facts. But if you start drilling down into various countries, you see differences. One important it's not a caveat, it's just to remind you, these markups that we are measuring are not antitrust markets, and they do not necessarily mean markups that accrue on the territory that we are showing. For example, it might be that these European companies that are doing really well here are making all these markups overseas, right? These are markups measured for a firm, right? So if a firm is headquartered in Belgium, like say InBev, and it makes tons of profits overseas, it's going to be labeled here a company in Belgium. So that global structure of firms is going to be absolutely important when we start interpreting this. And that's going to be some of my key takeaways that I'm going to get to today. Okay, Jan and I pull up this website where hopefully once this is done, people can just download these markup series by country. This is to kind of give you the sense of the coverage we have. And the colors here are indicating the levels of these markups. And I think that kind of richness can be useful in descriptive analysis, if anything. And the hope is that we can start populating countries with administrative data and look at overlap. Okay, profit rates in Europe and North America, we get sort of very similar results from before, so I don't want to dwell too much on that. So let me sort of conclude on the facts here. So what we can say comfortably is that there's been an increase in what we can interpret as markups since the 80s, although there's regional differences here that I don't have time to get into, but they're clearly described in our work, in the global work at least. The heterogeneity across firms in the firm side distribution is really key, right? There is no rise for most. In fact, for 50% in a sales weighted sense, there isn't any. It's all in the upper percentiles. It's the reallocation of economic activity from low to high markup firms that is doing all the heavy lifting in terms of explaining these patterns. And a key thing here is that technology seems to really have fundamentally changed and matters quite a bit in identifying which companies are able to generate these effects. And the way that in the data we were doing this is through overhead costs as measured by SG&A, which went from about 10 to about 30% in terms of revenue. But that expenditure increase was offset by higher margins, leading to an overall increase in profit rates, right? And so globally, the heterogeneity across countries is very important and can actually help us to better understand why certain countries or industries in certain countries seem to be going one way versus the other. And we'll come back to this. This leads us to think hard about global production, global value change, and where a country finds themselves in that pecking order or in the order of which factors are put together. Okay, so onto the implications. Now, there's too many implications for one conference day. I mean, I guess this is just pick the one you're most interested in. but there's been lots of work on labor markets, less so on the global perspective, so in terms of trade. So I think although I think we'll have a conversation about that today, that's a really important angle. A much debated one is, of course, the implications for antitrust and competition, right? Because you can look at these pictures in various ways and draw conclusions depending on your preferred outcomes. There's been more work on the political economy aspects too, right? There's been work in the US showing that these firms or in these industries where margins have been on the rise are the ones that have been active in lots of lobbying activities, and maybe that's what's going on. There's work on taxation and so on. Today, I'm going to focus on these first two, the labor market and the global perspective. And I guess the way we actually want to talk about these sources, right? We don't want to be doing policy recommendations without facts, right? So there's been a huge debate about competition policy without really putting a lot of work on credibly identifying the sources of these facts, right? So my point here is that we really need to quantify these various aspects in one internally consistent framework where we can explain jointly all these moments, right? So not only you have to be able to match the reallocation, the rising markups, but also the rising fixed costs. And perhaps you also want to be talking about the lowering of business dynamism and lowering of entry rates. So if you want to get all these moments together, my point here is that it's going to be very hard to think it can just be one source here. Just poor antitrust in the US enforcement, for example, is not going to cut it to fit all of these facts that we have just shown today, right? This actually brings Tim Bresnahan's call in the 80s for doing careful industry studies, but integrating over them back into life, right? He was asking, let's do our careful IO analysis, but please, let's not forget to then pool all the findings and come up with some, overarching results. And I think we're now really getting into a state of the literature where that is happening, where folks are focusing on health or retail or manufacturing or services and trying to put it all together and see what we can conclude, in some robust set of patterns, understanding that the realities in certain industries are going to be very different from each other. And by no means do we think that this is sort of one size fits all, but there's a broader set of facts that seem to be in agreement, okay? And so let's look at some indications in the data. So the labor share. Now, there's all kinds of measurement issues around labor share that I don't want to get into, but basic economics tells us that the labor share is closely connected with the markup that the firm is charging. In general, you can always write the labor share is clearly going to be related to a firm's markup, the technology parameter on labor, and then maybe other factors, right? So if you live in a country like Belgium with unions and all kinds of labor market rigidities, you clearly do not want to be assuming that labor markets are simply going to be working perfectly and there's no distortions, okay? So for example, in the world of Cobb-Douglas, we get a very, very simple form. There, you can show that the labor share is nothing but the ratio of the output assistive labor by markup, okay? So what are we going to ask? We're going to ask, well, we can look at our aggregate facts on labor shares, and if we now take our markup estimates and we use our first order condition approach, do these two things even say the same things? That is to say, while there is a theoretically clear relationship between markups and labor share, let's use the markups from the data and map out what we think implied labor shares are going to be without really thinking hard about theta and z here, right? I'm going to just sort of calibrate theta and not worry about z. So there's going to be tons of misspecification, and we're going to ask ourselves, do we get anywhere, right? This is what you get when you do this over the global data set. So what is the green line? The green line is a Karabarbounis Niemann's reported aggregate labor share in the world, which has been trending down from 0.62 to about 0.55, yeah? And the red line is from our global analysis. We invert out what the implied labor share ought to be by using the relationships of the first order conditions that we have. And what's really important here is that we use that heterogeneity in the data that I just mentioned to you, right? Because the market shares here are going to weigh the labor shares just like they weigh the markups before. So that's point number one. Even though there's tons of misspecification, we seem to be getting quite a bit of agreement between the labor share and the implied labor share from markup. So which is to say this traditional link that we think is there seems to be playing out in the data. Or to put it differently, higher markups are going to be quite related to the decline in labor demand, and therefore is going to manifest itself in lower labor shares. Some indications on the market structure, same thing. The red line is the aggregate markups in the global data set. So that's the red line in both the left and the right panel. The only thing I told you here is this, what about M&A activity? And I'm doing it both in values as in numbers. And again, you see two series that trend up. It's kind of dangerous to make tons of conclusions from that. But the point here is to say, suggestively, we seem to be seeing lots of M&A activity increasing both in values and numbers during these times where aggregate profits are on the rise. Of course, in terms of causality, higher profits, is that what's inducing the M&A wave, or is it vice versa? Is clearly one of those big questions out there that we are not answering by no means with these types of analyses. Okay.
Jan, we have a question actually by Tommaso
please.
Cascioli. So Tommaso?
Yes, I can wait until the presentation and if I don't want to do it.
Okay, good.
Okay, but of course, by all means, do not hesitate to ask your questions during.
Can I just ask a clarification question on the last slide?
Yes, John.
This is the number of M&A deals and the value in the M&A deals. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to.
Yes, sorry about that. So the left panel, thanks, John, for clarifying. The left one is the value in US dollars, and one on the right, which is counted on the second y-axis, is the count, just the number of transactions. And this is from the Thomson data set.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's super interesting, by the way. But I guess it's like a flow stock thing in a way, isn't it? Because the M&A shifts the market structure, whereas the markups are kind of related to the level of the market structure.
Yeah, which is precisely, I think what I'm just trying to flag here is that there is just not a whole lot of work that I'm aware of that is linking these two literatures. There's clearly lots of work on M&A in the corporate finance, and in IO, when we do mergers, we tend to look at sort of particular markets and maybe do like a post-merger analysis. But what I'm saying here is that, with the caveat of, 2 time series that are trending up, there seems to be value in thinking harder in correlating these two with of course, the understanding that, if anything, this is a correlation. Because John asked it, there is a sense in which these figures are related with the decompositions, because these decompositions that I showed you before also have net entry components. But I didn't really talk about them that much because in Compustat, the net entry is really M&A. A firm that leaves the Compustat data is not a firm. You don't go from being listed to leaving the marketplace. Typically, you are acquired or you acquire another firm. And so it would be incredibly important, I think, to start stitching these two types of data sets together and parsing through that type of data. And we have not done that, but I think these numbers here, or this analysis, seems to suggest that it may be a productive effort to do so. Okay, another indication before then I move to some results from the macro modeling is, so I mentioned labor markets, but what about globalization? Well, I tend to think that globalization is very much important to take on board here, because we know what globalization does. It enlarges the market size, but it also changes the cost structure, right? And so in some of my earlier work with Penny, Ahmed, and Nina, we've actually shown that can actually materialize in higher margins when Indian manufacturing producers get access to cheaper imported intermediates. And it's just restating the variable markup presence that actually makes firms better off when cost reductions take place. This is very much in line with my colleagues' work on Chinese accession to WTO, which actually lowered the margins in China. Think about it, lowering margins for Chinese manufacturing producers is at the end of the day going to trickle down to a lowering of cost of production for firms located, say, in Europe or the US. And if they don't fully pass this on, it's quite natural to see a rise in margins. The World Bank's annual development report linked the global value chain's position of an industry country pair with markups and found agreement of this sort as well. Jan and I also showed this in the global data set that you can confirm these pro-competitive effects from increased competition from China to show that for those industries that only compete head-to-head, their margins are down. But if you're benefiting from production from China, your margins are going up. So that's something that really comes out strongly out of these various papers. Okay, so let me, with the 10 minutes that I have left, talk about some recent work that Jan and I did with Simon Mungy from Chicago, where the QMP stands for quantifying market power. So what we're going to do in this paper is describe a model that has the following intuition. So given that I only have 10 minutes, I think this hopefully, at least that may, to me, explains what we're doing. Imagine you're in a market with two firms. And imagine that, and do linear demand, right? Just keep it easy. And let's now entertain a merger 2-to-1, right? So you go from duopoly to monopoly. What are you going to expect to see? Well, what are you going to see is that price is going to rise and quantity is going to go down. That's the effect of a monopoly, right? You get a quantity distortion and a price increase. So the markup is going to go up. The quantity in the market is going to go down. And what's going to be the implication? Well, the firm size will increase, right? Because that one firm now is bigger than any of the two firms in the initial market structure. But importantly, when you think about labor market implications, the labor demand is going to come down, right? So for whatever labor supply you have in mind, you are going to see a decrease in nominal wages and a further decrease in real wages because the price went up, right? So that is a partial equilibrium toy model. It turns out that intuition is going to really be behind the bigger model that we're going to write down, where of course we're not going to do a 2-to-1 firm counterfactual. We're not just going to have a partial equilibrium. What we're going to have or want to have is many product markets, right? And one labor market over which these firms are pooling. And what we're going to ask is, for all the patterns we see in the data on the rise of fixed costs, on markups, on the dispersion of markups, can we actually say something about the wages that we've seen in the data and the lowering of business dynamism and the lowering of job-to-job flows, okay? Because we know in the data, in the US at least, there's been a declining labor share. And I should mention that in this paper, we're focusing on the US facts for now. So all of our calibrations and analysis is going to be on the US. We know there's been a decline in the labor share. And we know there's been stagnating real wages and increasing inequality while labor force participation has been on the decline. And importantly, also the reallocation has been on the decline. Or as Haltiwanger has labeled it, there hasn't really been all that much changes in the shocks to firms, is that the response to these shocks seem to have been muted. And from a modeling point of view, you can summarize that simply as a lowering of the pass-through rates of shocks to firms onto their decision-making, which in light of this model is going to be labor demand. So one slide on what the model needs, and I'm going to just give you the highlights, right? So essentially, for those who know Atkins and Bernstein, that's essentially what it's going to be, right? It's going to be oligopoly in a macro model. So it's going to just have Kruno in many unspecified markets. But what we're adding to it is the presence of overhead, productivity shocks, and endogenous market structure and equilibrium wages. So we are not going to impose the effective number of firms or wages. What we're actually going to be doing is let the model solve out for the effective number of firms. And of course, then you need an entry component, right? So in a nutshell, what we're going to be doing is a Kruno model in each market, where a firm is going to have to think about entry in the way that Berry 92 modeled this. facing a fixed cost of production and a variable cost of production. And when you put this all together, you're going to have all these firms competing with each other, generating labor demands, and then there's labor demand out there, and households have their utility function with a labor supply, and in equilibrium, you're going to get a market clearing wage. So what we're going to ask is, these facts that we've seen on the US, first of all, how much is technology responsible for this? And a way we can tweak this, we can ask, what do we need to see in terms of fixed cost and variable costs, in terms of the technology features to explain what we've seen? And how much is coming from market structure? Like how much is coming from the effective number of firms in the market going down? And the way we think about it is very much like TFP. TFP is a residual you back out of a model, right? You write down demand and production, you go to the data on inputs and output, and you back out TFP as a number that has to be there in order to rationalize the quantities and the inputs you see. Well, that's exactly our approach for backing out the market structure. We're going to back out the effective number of firms that are in the market in order to rationalize the markup distributions and fixed costs that we see in the data. Here's this one sort of glimpse into how this works. You can do tons of comparative statics once you solve this model. It's not trivial to solve because it's, it has a large degree of heterogeneity in firms, and there's fixed cost and variable cost. So there's a lot going on, but this is an example of a comparative static in the potential number of firms M, which is a key thing when you do entry, right? So there's a potential number of firms out there, and then there's the effective number that in equilibrium decide to win the market given a demand and competition that's out there. What you're getting from this is an ability to trace out the implications from market structure on markups, on reallocation, on welfare, and on wages. And I don't want you to look at the particular numbers here. What I'm just showing you is that this model is going to have an ability to link the objects that we see in the data back to structural parameters, okay? And so what do we find? Well, going in, the effect on welfare is clearly ambiguous ex ante, right? Because yes, average higher markups, we teach our students that's deadweight loss, right? Like just in my example of duopoly to monopoly, you're going to create deadweight loss. So that's the standard market power distortion. But of course, the reallocation that we saw in the data, that can be a positive thing for welfare, right? If you're just putting all of your market share in the hands of the more efficient Amazon firm, right? That means you're going to get more output with fewer inputs, and that's going to be a positive thing for welfare. So you want to be able to trade off the standard, market power distortion with the process that aligns output much closer to productivity, right? And then the third component here is selection. And selection is a thing that's ambiguous, right? It's going to be both positive or negative, and that all has to do depending on the level of fixed costs, right? Because the higher the fixed costs are, that's going to, of course, have an impact on who enters. And then it's also going to depend, of course, on the dispersion that exists in the productivity across participants in a market, right? So these are well-known dimensions, but I think what we're doing is we're putting it all together. We're making sure we can match these moments. And what are our findings? Well, while ex ante the welfare effect is ambiguous, as we are going to have to trade off the reallocation to more productive firms, raising overall efficiency, while deadweight loss is leading to a decrease, well, what do we find? We confirm that there's a substantial positive welfare effect from reallocation. But we find that the negative effect created by deadweight loss is larger, and one of the numbers that we have so far that it turns out to be very robust is that in 2016, had we had the market power levels of 1980, overall welfare would have been 9% higher and output would have been 12% higher. So yes, a good chunk of the data can be explained by technological parameters and improvements in those aspects, but they get pushed back by the overall changes in market structure that leads to more market share in the hands of fewer firms in each of these markets that we did not pre and post to begin with, right? And so we of course like these models because you can target, you can look at moments that you did not target. And some of the things we look at from our model, so we didn't target those, are these following aspects. And so what our model can explain really well is these secular trends that we're interested in: a decline in business dynamism, declining wages, declining labor share, and the reallocation of market share towards large firms. So these are all things that our model can replicate quite strongly from the building blocks that I just mentioned. Okay, so in light of time, let me take 1 minute to wrap up. So what can we conclude so far? I think this is clearly a literature that is very much in progress, and lots of people are involved. So my interpretation so far is what I call the Sutton forces, which is there's clearly been technological change in many ways. IT applications, the rise of fixed cost factors, automation, AI, you name it. So that's clearly there. While at the same time, during the 80s and the 90s, we did see a rapid integration of markets across the globe, which increased the effective market size. But at the same time, and this is not often highlighted enough, I think, is cost reductions, right? And so that combination of demand expansion with cost channels through outsourcing and GVC effectively gave rise to an increase of the return on fixed costs, right? And so these fundamental changes in technology in the marketplace, will actually show up in increased dispersion and in a different allocation of resources. And so I think the return on fixed cost clearly went up, but only for a handful of firms. And what I concluded with is this first step of quantifying market power, where both technology and market structure are key in order to explain the facts we see in the data, a positive coming from technology through the rise of fixed costs, which is dispersing markups further, but the market structure is countervailing, and overall we see a negative welfare loss. But clearly, a lot of work has to be done. We are not looking at dynamics here, and once you start thinking about innovation, I think more work is clearly to be done in order to do more in this quantification type of analyses. And I'm going to stop here.
Super, thank you, Ian. I mean, this was a very clear and nice presentation on a super important topic. Thank you again for having presenting this contribution. We have many questions actually. I have a question from Tommaso Yinglung, Esther after Tommaso Yinglung, and then thereafter I have a question by John. Tommaso.
Hi. Thank you very much, Professor Director, for the extremely interesting presentation. I'm a PhD student at LSE in political economy and researching on topics similar to yours. My first question is that since in your papers you implement a two-stage GMM procedure based on Olympics and elevation, we have which allow you to get also productivity. Wouldn't it be interesting to show also how the productivities have evolved over time and relates to markup? And my second question is actually, which is not listed, since it seems that markup labor share are a decline of labor share artifacts which are correlated. Don't you think that it can be the result of the deliberate choice of firms to invest in labor displacing technologies, which by definition lowers variable cost but increase fixed costs, and it can be also associated to the general decline of labor power, and which can be measured to the decline of union membership and coverage, which has been observed in Europe and the US at the same time.
Jan, do you want to collect many questions and answer? Okay, so Esther.
Hi, Jan. Yes, this is very fascinating work. I've been admiring also all your previous people with Jan your quota. So I have basically two questions. I'll try to make it short. So mostly related to the model you presented. I understand that if you use the Atkinson and Burstein, it's a static Cournot. Now, as you know, and you actually partly pointed out, market power, market structure is actually an endogenous thing. So the primitive parameters would be technology or some barriers to entry, and barriers to entry can be lobby. Okay, so now my question is, the old reasoning of Schumpeter in the end was like, if technology in the short run creates a lot of concentration, that is not a problem as long as in a dynamic market power model, entry is still possible. So, I mean, that is actually, model-wise is very complicated because in IO, dynamic threat entry, this threat entry things is very complicated. But I wonder how we could measure this in the data because it's a question that is going around. And the second one is yes, it's also related to Tommaso, as this fixed cost is probably R&D, so it's intangible. And there is a conscious endogenous decision to do that, invest in automation and intangible to reduce the labor share. So it's more like an endogenous decision rather than a technological change. Yeah.
Thank you, Esther. Jinlu?
Yeah, thank you, Jean. This was a very interesting presentation. Related to your empirical result in a recent AR paper by Guitihe and Piton, they argue that after removing the housing sector, because the housing sector has a very low labor share, then the labor share does not decrease in Europe, but it does still decrease in the US. So they draw the conclusion from the result that this might be something related to the regulation, competitive regulation in the US, but not in Europe. Have you tried to remove the housing sector in your empirical results, and do you think it's necessary to do so? And if not, how would you reconcile these results? Thank you.
Final question, John, maybe?
Well, the questions for Jan. So my question, and I'm going to be tempted not to answer some of the other questions which are asked. My question relates a lot to what Esther was saying, and in particular, fantastic presentation, Jan, as usual. I was, thinking very much around how the model helps us understand better some of the facts and the data. And I think, as she was saying, one of the really striking things with the QJ work is that part of, you have this increase of gross markups, also that seems related to SG&A as a measure of fixed costs. But the increase of overall, profits or markups is not fully explained by that. So, that of course leaves naturally the question about, why, if that's the case, why are those rents not competed away by more entry, and et cetera. And in your model, I think you were trying to get exactly that with your fixed costs side thing, the side parameter. And I wonder if you could say a little bit more about that, because it seems to be doing two things. One is the fixed costs of production that you pay in every period, and then the other is this kind of entry cost that you have to pay. And are those, do you separate those out, or do you kind of just have that as one side, as one kind of thing? That, you're saying that's gone up, which is, one thing which can be driving the changes. And is the way that you're still getting excess profits on top of that because of the way that interacts with the heterogeneity of the firms and gives some particular advantage to the large firms? If you could just say a little bit more about that, because I think that would, that's a very, if you can do that, that's a very nice parsimonious way of trying to explain that kind of slight puzzle. Why is it that the firms are getting even more than you would think, just from the kind of fixed costs as measured by SG&A and the kind of data you use?
So yeah, you had a lot of questions, and I had myself a couple of questions, but I will refrain from asking them. So could you just answer them quickly, or just because we are
just to make sure I do justice to all questions? How many minutes do I have to respond so that I can give some fair time to each of them?
Well, let's say 5. We are already out of.
Well, let me go in reverse order, because I can group many of the questions. I think I read John's question and also, of course, the comments, and Esther's question is coming from, and in a sense, part of the first question is about this role of technology and fixed costs, right? So there's, in the data, clearly That's the holy grail of measuring, and IO typically has to do that with writing down entry models because we don't believe we can see that in the data. I mean, think of Bresner and Rees, right? I mean, how can I know about fixed costs? Well, I'm going to look at equilibrium entry decisions and then back it out. So we didn't do that in the measurement. We looked at SG&A, but we're doing something very similar to the Bresner and Rees idea in the model, right? So it's precisely as both of you were alluding to, it's a static model. Right, and we're sort of treating it as a snapshot in 1980, and then kind of having sort of repeated cross sections going over time, and then kind of asking if we're to inject, data from market structure information from 1980 into 2016, what will be the result? So that's not the thing that dynamics are important, and it's precisely what John was alluding to, which is this fixed costs play this dual role, right? So if that term goes up, it's going to affect the entry margin. But once the firms are in, they're going to be left with fewer competitors, and their profits are actually going to be higher. So of course, that's not enough. You then have to take into account also the variable costs, because once you're in the market, it's going to depend on the marginal cost of production of how much actually the market shares are going to be, and consequently in the Cournot model, what the prices and the quantities are going to be, right? So of course, now to get at the IO angle of, what is entry deterrence and how much of the sort of the lack of the entry margin in undoing these profits, that is very hard to measure, I think. The only thing I can tell you in the US is that entry rates are down quite a lot. So we don't seem to be having that disciplining factor of supernormal profits sitting in the market and then firms coming in to go after. People have favorite stories about anti-competitive behavior, of buying up your competitors. But the truth is also, when you're left with sort of a firm that takes it all, and once they are in the market at such a high fixed cost operation, but with low marginal, they're too dominant that there's not going to be entry coming in anymore. And I think that's what we're trying to get in our model in a very abstract way. We're trying to sort of get the Amazon paradox, if you will, of a high fixed cost firm is very low marginal, that affects the entry margin of the other firms. And once they're in the market, they're going to be near monopoly. And you're going to see a super concentrated market, very much in the work of Sutton, very much in the endogenous sunk costs literature, but admittedly in a very, very parsimonious way, right? And so we don't have those dynamics that John was alluding to as over time, when you have sort of the sunk entry cost and then with repeated fixed costs, and how, looking over time, firms are going to react to that. There was questions on the labor share, and of course, I would love to talk more about this. It's time that's short as always. The labor share is hard to measure. I don't think that the housing sector in or out in our data sets that I've used are actually going to change much on the markups. Whether they're going to change on the labor share, that may well be true. I think the more papers I'm reading on labor share, it seems that I only hear sort of disagreement about many things about the measurement, that there's imputations left and right, and I think more work is to be needed for me to come to a conclusion of where it actually stands. I think it's fair to say the labor share decline in the US is not very disputed. I think in Europe, because Europe is just a collection of so many different countries that are experiencing different patterns, I think the jury's still out as to, what exactly we should be seeing. But I've seen some more work for the UK that I feel more comfortable talking about with John. That seems to be looking quite different from the US in some dimensions there. There was another question on productivity. The reason we never looked at productivity is because we already feel it's heroic to estimate output elasticities with all the caveats that come in production function estimation, that the thing we feel least comfortable is actually backing out a number that would refer to efficiency. I think the thing you will actually back out is something very close to markups. It's revenue generated with a bundle of inputs, which is much closer to markups, if you will, than it's going to be to efficiency. That was the reason we shied away from TFP, which is essentially a model-based thing. Now, to conclude, in the model that we wrote down, we can make statements about productivity, because productivity is a concept that only exists inside a model, right? And so once you write down a model with demand and supply and conduct, you can back out productivity. And so that's why we're fitting these features on dispersion because we have brought in some data from the work of Haltinger and Steverson, where we feel comfortable that they actually have something to say about efficiency, not commingling efficiency with market power, because that would kind of screw up our whole analysis if we had measures of market power jointly with measures of efficiency. But the points are well taken on the dynamics and thinking more about the entry margins and how they're measurable in the data. I think this has long been a challenge in our field, and what we're hoping is that this paper helps us think a little bit more about it, but admittedly in a very parsimonious fashion. So thank you for all the comments, and sorry if I was not able to get them all in great detail back to you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your very clear presentation and the answer to those questions. I suggest to move directly to the next presenters. Esther, for presenting automation, globalization, and vanishing jobs. Esther.
Should I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So
thank you, Esther.
Maybe give me an alert 10 minutes before, but I'll try to stick as much as possible. So the paper is, can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. Yeah, sorry.
So the paper, as you can see from the obvious title, is Automation, Globalization, and Vanishing Job. It's we're going to take this this approach using two-sided heterogeneity, and all it's going to be based on an idea about what automation can do on complementarity between tasks and skills. Okay, so there are many, but automation, I say up front, can do many things. And so we are focusing on one aspect of it, which we found in the data, and then we model through one of the sorting model. The paper is co-authored with Gianmarco Ottaviano, probably many of you already know, and then two students of ours, Sebastian Lafitte and Maximilian Meyer. So, I mean, for the moment, this is actually a kind of broader research agenda, because, I mean, for this paper, we are looking at the effects on employment, so on labor markets, but we are actually moving forward and thinking about the effects on wage inequality. So there's been, I mean, there's a general debate about whether, you know, we should interpret automation like just any type of technological progress. And then we know from the standard classical view that if there is an increase in productivity, you see an increase in labor productivity, you see an increase in wages, you see an increase then in demand and in firms' production. So in the end, any type of automation, I mean, any type of technological change is going to increase the surplus. And if it is going to increase the surplus, it's going to increase the pie for all. So there is no, so to speak, in the neoclassical framework, with the standard assumption, in the frictionless neoclassical frameworks, there is no reason to believe that automation, if it is interpreted as a technological change, has to harm workers collectively. Even if you take theories, let me also, you know, talk about other theories that have already tackled several important aspects of automation, like a routine task bias technological change or skill task bias technological change. In a sense, they, you know, they definitely talk about displacement of some workers. So for instance, the skill bias technological, actually in the skill bias technological change, there is only a shift of the surplus toward the high skill. In the routine task bias technological change, there is a displacement of the routine tasks, but overall, the neoclassical effect is still there. So the overall surplus is going to increase because of the standard classical reasoning that I did to you before, that is common to neoclassical model, to Keynesian model, to all of them. Any technological change is going to increase the surplus, and hence it's going to benefit workers taken all together, okay, independently from displacement effects. So now what we see in the data, I mean, I'll show you the evidence in the second stage, okay? So you have to kind of trust me for the moment that out of our data, which are basically capturing intensive and extensive margin across different countries, here I just give you a snapshot. Labor hours, total labor hours are going down with respect to some measure of automation. When I'll go to the data, you will see all the identification that we did, what are the channels that we are going to discuss, and so on and so forth. But generally speaking, what we see is that automation automation is bringing down labor hours collectively, okay, not only displacement, collectively. There is certainly a displacement effect. We're not disputing that, and we're just not looking at that, okay? So we're just asking, what is the channel that on top of the displacement effect might be also causing some harm collectively? And the channel that I'm going to, by the way, here we also tell you that, I mean, we control for globalization, for offshoreability. And what we find actually in the end is that offshoreability is not harming workers collectively. It might just marginally increase the decline in labor hours. And you will see why in the model and in the data. The story that we're going to tell you, I mean, it's a story because we saw it in the data. So now let me be a storyteller, then I'll tell you the model, and then I'll tell you how we found this and we capture this in the data, and how this in the data is matching our model rationale. So the story is the following, that, think of, the labor market as a match between skill and tasks, okay? And there are heterogeneous skills and there are heterogeneous tasks. I mean, like in all the Jan Eickhout type of models. And now those can match with each other through some kind of supermodular technology, okay? So if there are no frictions in the labor market, it's the standard Becker model. So, the perfect skill is going to match with the perfect task and everything will be efficient, okay? So it could be that automation is increasing the complementarity between, or the modularity between this skill and this task, but, it's just increasing the surplus, but it's not harming anybody. Now, the question is, what happens if there are some search costs that actually do not allow skills and tasks to be matched perfectly? So in this case, automation will have two effects. One of them will be the classical one, which is the beneficial one. But the other one is that it can increase mismatch, and in the end, or it can increase selectivity, and in the end, reduce employment. Let me try to show you with a picture. Okay, so imagine, on the blue line, you see, these lines are bedded because in our baseline model, we are using a circle model. So, but generally speaking, think of skills as being on the blue line. Okay, so there is a distribution of skills. You can think of different type of attitudes for different type of occupations, and on the red line there is a distribution of occupations. Again, anybody familiar with the standard Becker model, this is the woman, this is the man, they meet with each other. So let's say X1 just wants to marry the one in front of him, and if they meet with each other, they are complementary. There is we are assuming, and we find in the data, there is a log supermodular production function, and they end up producing efficiently. Now, what happens if there are search costs? If there are search costs, it is not easy for those two guys to match with each other. And then typically there is a sort of acceptance regions. So, and this is on both sides. I'm just picturing one side, which you can think the firm side, okay? So this is worker X1. In the end, he can meet randomly any firm here. And any of the firm here is willing to accept this worker, because although it only if matched with Y3, it will produce the maximum output. If it is matched with any of the other firms in the acceptance regions, it is going to produce some positive surplus. Maybe not the maximum surplus, but it's going to produce some positive surplus. Now, what are we conjecturing based on the data is that what automation is doing is actually shrinking the acceptance regions. So by increasing the modularity between the best skill and the best assorted task, by increasing this modularity, the maximum surplus is increasing so much that the susceptibility of these skills with other tasks is decreasing. So, in a sense, the worker becomes very specialized to a task. And the fact that if matched with the perfect task, the surplus is going to be so high that other firms are not going to accept it or match with this worker. And so the acceptance regions is going to shrink. The way you have to think about it is that over the acceptance regions, there is a sort of concave surplus. Maybe this other picture will help. So Imagine that within the acceptance regions, which is this line here, this is the surplus. The surplus is maximum at the best match, okay? But because of match cost, of search cost, you know, any of this can happen. Now, what automation is doing is really pumping up the curvature of the surplus so that the surplus of the best match is becoming maximum, and the acceptance regions, equilibrium acceptance regions, is going to decline. That basically implies that in the end, if this happens for every occupation, independently of whether it's high skill or low skills, then labor hours are going to decline for all occupations. So what we insist on is that what we are focusing, certainly there can be also some skill bias technological change, but what we are focusing on is some kind of horizontal specialization that applies across the board for all type of occupations. Just to give you a difference, again, both of them, skill bias, so vertical specialization, and what we call core task bias specialization or horizontal specialization. Both of them can be there, but just to give you an extent of the difference. So skill task bias technological change will imply that, you know, some workers are shifting to the high skill content of those tasks within the acceptance regions, but that doesn't imply that the surplus is going to change. What our core task bias technological change is going to imply is that for each task, you really want to match with the perfect workers. Otherwise, you don't match, because it's only in that case that you're going to get the maximum input. This is also compatible with concept of market concentration. So those tasks are becoming, and I mean, the skills of workers are becoming very unsubstitutable across tasks. And this eventually also explains market monopsony powers in setting wages and a number of other features that we see in the data, including the decline in the labor share. Again, what we focus here is just employment. So now let me go back to the model. So how do we capture this? So again, the idea is that automation is going to increase supermodularity, which means it's going to increase selectivity of firms and workers on both sides of the market. So either I match with somebody very, very close to my perfect partner, or because of search costs, I prefer to wait for the ideal partners, and this is going to increase unemployment duration, and it's going to reduce labor hours. So the model is basically done in this way. There is basically heterogeneity on both sides of the labor market. So X captures the heterogeneity, the distribution of skills. Y captures the distribution of different tasks. For simplicity, in order to get a model that is workable in analytical solution, we are going to capture supermodularity simply as the minimum distance. So I want to match only with the one in front of me. That allows to reduce the dimensionality of the problem from having X and Y, which is the two distribution, to having just D, the distance, okay? And that's a way to capture supermodularity. Now, as I said before, ideally, each skills wants to be matched with the perfect task, but given that there are search costs, in the end, they match with anybody that is in an acceptance regions, and the acceptance regions is defined endogenously as the ones in which the surplus is larger or equal than 0. Okay, and what automation is going to do is going to change endogenously these acceptance regions, which you can also think of as being specializations. So the larger is the acceptance regions, the less the task is specialized. The stricter is the acceptance regions, the more the task is very specialized and unsubstitutable. So how do we capture all of this? So the surplus, here the key concept is going to be the surplus. So we will work everything with the surplus. What the surplus is going to be is a production function, which we are going, FD, which are going to be retained as a standard Cobb-Douglas production function, where there is capital and labor. And we play with different capital and labor coefficients because we surely believe that there is also a substitution effect, the substitution effect that probably Claire is going to talk later on. So robots are going to have a substitution effect. This is not the one we focus on, but we retain a standard Cobb-Douglas production function. Again, our idea is that an additional effect of automation is that it's going to increase the supermodularity of match and skills, and that this is going to increase selectivity. How do we capture this supermodularity? everything is assumed in the labor demand. Okay, so it's technology. And what we assume is that basically technology is done by a list of tasks. And also it depends, and I mean, productivity is going to have the standard neoclassical effects by which each workers or each skill is going to be more productive. But there is also going to be a negative effect, which is due to mismatch. And it depends on the distance. So if the worker is matching with the ideal partner, the distance is 0 and the production is maximum. If the worker is in the acceptance regions, is going to produce a positive surplus, but the positive surplus is lower than the maximum because they are not matched with the ideal partner. Okay, and so this is what we call the mismatch effect. So, and it's captured by the higher is the distance between the ideal match, and the lower is going to be the efficiency units of labor. We're going to think also about offshoring. They are going to have very different effects, meaning that offshoring, we just think of this list of tasks, I, is going to be distributed according to some distribution, and up to some tasks, omega, they are going to be offshored. Above omega, those tasks are going to be determined inside. The reason for which we introduce this endogenous offshoring is that we want to make sure that none of our channels is captured by something else, so that the decline in employment is not due to offshoring, but it's really due to automation. Now, we substitute our optimal labor demand, where we have put the endogenous offshoring inside, and considering also this supermodular production function, and we compute surplus. Okay, and now we ask, given this surplus, what are the effects of changing automation? And also we look at the effect of offshoring. Now, automation has on the surplus, of course, because again, this is the relevant thing. Of course, the surplus can be shifted, and that's another question that can be answered by the model to connect to Jan data. So of course, automation can also change the shift between markup and wages, but in the end, we want to know whether it's decreasing or increasing the surplus. Okay, so the pie that in the end capitalists and workers are going to share. I mean, there is a positive general effect, which is the neoclassical one. So if there is an increase in productivity, then every worker is going to become more productive. But then the other effect is what I told you, the mismatch effect. So it makes skills and tasks highly supermodular or more supermodular. It increases the curvature of the surplus. It reduces the acceptance regions. So that basically implies that both firms and workers are becoming pickier or choosier. So they tend to say, either I marry with the perfect partner or I will wait. And so by the fact that the acceptance regions is declining, more people will become unemployed and will wait for employment opportunity. Interestingly, offshoring is having an exactly opposite effect here, because what is happening is that there is a positive specialization effect. So the fact that I can allocate some routine tasks to outside, that allows workers to focus more on core tasks, and this increases their productivity. But there is, of course, also a substitution effect. So some labor hours are going to be allocated outside, and so less labor hours are going to be allocated domestically. So there are those 4 effects, and now I'm going to show you some simulations to see how they play and what type of impact they have on employment. So here, for instance, I show you the effect on employment and selectivity. Remember that all the channel in the model goes through selectivity. So this decline in the acceptance regions, the fact that firms become pickier and workers become choosier. Okay, so automation is increasing selectivity or concentration in skilled tasks, and through this, it's reducing employment. And so what you see, in fact, is that when automation increases, selectivity is going down. Selectivity is the inverse of the acceptance regions. Initially, employment goes up because of the classical productivity effect. But beyond a certain point, the mismatch or this selectivity, choosiness effect kicks in, and then labor hours start to go down. Okay, so some people now also call it the task encroachment, that you really want to have the special workers, otherwise anything else can can be produced in other ways. Okay, if we look at the same simulation with respect to offshoring, because of the effects I mentioned to you before, we see actually the opposite pattern. Usually offshoring tends to increase productivity because of the focusing effect. So now, you know, all the routine tasks are offshored, and the workers at home, they can focus on the core tasks, on the blueprint of a firm. And you can see that precisely selectivity is going down, because now, you know, given that I get more focused workers, I demand more of them. Okay, so there are all those forces that interplay, and we are trying now to identify those in the data. Before going to the data, let me also give you a glimpse about what are the impacts on wages and inequality here. As I said, this project, we're not going to look at wages and inequality in the data. We have another ongoing project using employee match data set for France, Germany, and Italy, where we want to study this. But here the idea is the following, that if automation goes up, because the surplus of the perfect match is skyrocketing. Okay, you can think of this as, you know, the superstar firms. The workers working, perfectly matched. So the skill and the tasks that are perfectly matched and that are producing the higher surplus. So this worker is going to get an increasing wage, while the worker at the margin of the acceptance regions is going to get a declining wage, okay, because they are less and less important, those type of workers. And generally what we see is that automation is increasing the distance between the wage of the perfectly matched workers and the wage of the workers at the periphery, while offshoring is doing exactly the opposite because of the effects I mentioned before. How much time I have? Because now, Farid, you stress me a lot that I have to be on time on 15 minutes.
No. You still have a couple of minutes. You still have 20 minutes at least. So.
Okay, perfect. So I can breathe a bit. I hope I was. Maybe before going to the data.
No, you were clear. That was clear, crystal clear. So.
Okay, perfect. But if you have any questions before I move to the data, please go ahead. So now, how do we measure this in this data? So here we are using the first order kind of necessity that we had here was to measure, was to check that these trends were independent from institutions. Okay, so the first thing that we checked was for a data set that could be cross country. Okay, now in some sense this is not the ideal data set. This is the European Labour Survey, which allows to have very granular information on sectors, occupation, and cross countries. Ideally, one might want to have, in order to test the production function in a two-side heterogeneity labor market, one might want to ideally have employer-employee match data set, which is what we are doing next. But this, as a first pass, is a very good thing because it's across country. And so it allows to first answer the questions whether the effects that we see are really independent from institutions, are really due to technology and to what automation is doing to the supermodularity of the production function. As I said, eventually one might want to estimate structurally the type of model that we have using employer-employee match data set where you can rank skills and tasks. But what do we do here? So we have the European Labour Survey for 13 countries, for 16 sectors and 92 occupations. We want to look at the change of employment, long run, of course, so the change between 1995 and 2010. And we are going to ask how our indices of automation and offshoring are going to have an impact on changes of employment for different occupations and for different sectors. Okay, so the idea here is the occupations that were more exposed to automation. If automation has this effect that we are telling you, that it's increasing the supermodularity or the selectivity, what we should see is that in those sectors, selectivity is becoming very high, and employment, and then if we plug the instrument, the estimated selectivity into an employment equation, we should see that employment or total labor hours in these sectors have been going down. And again, we are looking at long run trend now, so we are taking the difference between 2010 and 1995. And again, all is independent from institutions because we use all those countries, and also we are going to control for institutions. We're going to use offshoreability index off the shelves, offshoreability index, Blinder and Kruger. We recompute them for all these countries. Automation, I mean, the way we're going to think about this is that there is a technology trend that is common to all countries, maybe with some difference. Actually, in our estimation, we see that there are some differences. But then we're going to ask whether certain sectors or occupation had a higher probability of being exposed to automation. And so what we are going to control is for routine task intensity by author and Asemoglu. This is not going to give you automation per se. It's just going to tell you whether a sector is more susceptible to automation. If it is more susceptible to automation, it's more likely to have an increase in selectivity. How do we measure selectivity? It's basically an Erfindal index. There are many works that now are using Erfindal index. I mean, for instance, all these works studying monopsony in setting wages. So many authors are finding that there is an increase in concentration between skills and tasks. So skills are becoming less substitutable across tasks. So if they lose a job, if they lose their job, they are not really able to find the jobs in a closed tasks, okay? They are becoming very entrenched. So we use the Erfindal index also to measure selectivity. What is going to be our, oops, I hope that there's something wrong in the in the animation. I hope you can see this, but anyway, so we're going to have a two-stage strategy. In the first one, we are going to regress selectivity on offshoring. I mean, we're going to control for offshoring and a number of other controls. And we are going to regress on the RTI, so routine task as measuring the exposure of industry to being automatable. And we're going to distinguish between industries that are highly exposed and industries that are low exposed. You will see that for industries that are low exposed, so think of meatpacking. So there in meatpacking, you can see robots, but we're not looking at robots. We are looking at specializations. So for meatpacking, even if there are robots, we don't see any of these selectivity effects. The selectivity effects, we see it really where automation implies, you know, any type of digital technology that is increasing the supermodularity of the production function. After we estimate this, I mean, we actually do it through a double Bartik instrument. I mean, there are a number of technicalities by which we want to make sure that we are not capturing sectorial relocation, but we are really capturing an aggregate effect. Then we take the double Bartik instrument of this and we put it in a regression where we regress labor hours on selectivity. Now, what do we expect? We expect that industries which are highly automatable, the selectivity or supermodularity of their production function is increasing. So they're going to be pickier, they're going to wait for hiring, and this is going to reduce labor hours. Okay, and now let me show you this. Here you see the regression of selectivity over the automatability index for the industries that are highly automatable. And you see that in fact, this coefficient shows up significantly, and I can tell you it's high. The effect is quite high. On the contrary, offshoring is going to reduce selectivity, which is perfectly compatible with the model that I told you. I mean, I showed you in the simulation that our model is showing that offshoreability is reducing selectivity. It's simply, you know, it's having a substitution effect, but it allows all workers to focus on very different tasks at home. Now, the second stage, oh, here is the second stage, exactly. In the second stage, we take the double Bartik instrument of the selectivity and we regress total labor hours on this. And in fact, what we find is that an increase in selectivity is having a negative and significant impact on labor hours. Again, because of the story that I told you, that firms and workers are going to wait longer. Now, part of the story, because you might wonder, well, you just use one selectivity index, which is this Erfindal. Fine, you checked for relocation effect through the double Bartik, but you know, maybe this is part of the selectivity, but your story was also about the fact that there was a mismatch, an increase in mismatch costs, and that there was an increase in unemployment duration, so that both workers and firms were waiting longer. So in order to check whether this is all squaring together, whether this is all consistent, if I find them, I'm going to show you also, yes, I'm going to show you also other mismatch or selectivity measures that give consistent result with our story. So here you see the regression of other 4 types of selectivity measures. One is the unemployment duration, and 3 are basically mismatch in education. So remember that our story was telling that if automation is making workers and firms pickier because of the supermodularity, they're going to wait longer. And in fact, unemployment duration is in, RTI, so exposure to automatability, increases significantly unemployment duration. Also the mismatch. Now the education mismatch is a little bit tricky because we're not putting together in the baseline model also vertical differentiation, although we have an extension of the model where we also add skill bias technological change and all our conclusions are confirmed. But basically the idea is the following, that over-education and under-educations are going to have 2 very different effects. So the over-educated are going to wait longer. So vertical differentiation is going to pile up on horizontal differentiation, while under-educated not necessarily are going to wait longer. They might be misplaced, but so as you can see, the signs of automatability on the mismatch of education, whether it's under and over, is having 2 different effects. I don't have the time to go through all the checks. Let me just tell you that, we of course control for institutions, for unions, and of course the coefficients change in magnitude and size, but effectively all our story is going through. And so let me recap. Okay, so number 1, automation, we are convinced is going to have a number of effects. Okay, so automation is technological change, is robots, it's collection of data to affect demand, is digitalization, and so logistic of the production process. Of all these effects, some of those effects were already mentioned in the literature. I skipped the literature review, although I know that, of course, there are some people that have worked extensively on this, and Claire with Daron, of course, have their own pile of papers. They focused mainly, we're going to see what Claire is going to tell us so far. That the effect that they focused mainly was this robot substitution, which is, of course, very relevant and very important. We focused on another effect which was somehow overlooked, which is the impact that the digitalization is having through logistics and blueprints on the modularity of the production function. And this adds up to the employment displacement, because it basically says that there is this mismatch effect by which workers and firms are going to become more selective, they're going to wait longer, and this is reducing employment. One thing I want to point out is that this is really an horizontal type of specialization that is independent of whether the job is high skill or low skills. Of course, skill bias technological change would go on top of what of our core task bias technological change. And the other thing I want to say is that, of course, we are exploring this through number of other avenues with employer-employee match data set, and we now want to focus more on wage inequality and markups.
Thank you, Esther. For this super nice and clear presentation. We have a couple of minutes for question. Actually, you just you made it in less than expected, Esther. So
if you want, I can talk longer.
Well, if there are there any? Yes, there is a question by John.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Esther. I enjoyed listening to the presentation. I had a kind of question going through my mind as you were speaking. So, I understand the kind of way that the model is working is that automation is essentially increasing assortative matching in your model that's generating effects, which is interesting, and there's some evidence for sort of matching. But I can think of lots of other stories where automation does the opposite. So maybe there's lots of different skills people have, and now with different technologies, it's just easier for people to work anywhere, and there's less of that sort of matching. It matters less where you work, or you can just kind of work anywhere. So it's really a kind of an empirical question whether or not that's true, and so I think the empirics are interesting in that regard. But tell me if I've got this wrong. Isn't it an important implication of what you're doing that if people are becoming choosier about where they work, therefore equilibrium unemployment is increasing because of longer durations as people. So we should expect to see this increase of unemployment. You touched on that at the end. But the empirical facts in like the US and the UK is that unemployment is at historically low levels before the COVID epidemic. So we had the lowest unemployment levels that we've had for like 30 or 40 years. So it strikes me that might give you pause to think about, to me, it seems like one of the issues of automation is not to do with unemployment, actually. It's the quantity of jobs. It's actually more to do with the quality of jobs and the wage issues and the declining ability of low-skilled workers to get good careers and get, So I don't know what your thoughts are of that, because there seems to be a bit of disconnect between the model and what's happening at the kind of aggregate level, at least with unemployment.
Yeah, so those are very important questions. I mean, those concepts are all kind of very complex, and I mean, I think all of us are trying to break down all those different pieces. So what you raise is two important things. Number one, in fact, we didn't look at unemployment. We looked at unemployment duration, and instead we looked at employment, precisely because what you say, I mean, unemployment depends on the participation margin. Now, the participation margin has been going down. And so you might have that employment is going down, participation is going down, and you see that unemployment, but by the way, unemployment, a business cycle is low, but unemployment long run, it's more debated. But in any case, unemployment, you might not see any change if both participation and employment are going down. And the fact that participation is going down is perfectly consistent with our story, because everybody at all levels, if they know that either they match with the perfect partner and they get the maximum, or it's better to wait, they might even simply withdraw of the labor market and just stay idle without even spending the search cost for sometimes until they see better conditions. So if we would put a participation margin in our model, actually, I mean, I'm developing this model through several dimensions. I have also one where there is a participation margin. The same effect will go through, because the guy valuing, the value of employment, knowing that the value of employment is very high only if it matches with the perfect task, as opposed to the value of not even searching, participation would go down. So it's not incompatible. But I agree with you that this, I mean, one should look further into the data into this. For instance, is this automation having an impact on participation decision? By the way, it's having an impact even on education decisions. So everything is endogenous. The other thing that I want to mention is that it is very, very important that we clarify very well what is this, core task bias technological change. So, I mean, one thing is task encroachment. So more and more routine tasks can be given to the computers. But what we are saying is that, there is a core task, a blueprint of Amazon, and you just need 20 workers that can work wherever they are. The very important thing is that those workers are perfectly aligned with the blueprint. Okay, so any other task you can encroach, but so substitute it with something else. But what you really need is the very special person for your core business. Certainly, I mean, there should be an entire research agenda in defining exactly what is the core task. We started with the Erfindal Index and thinking of a core task is something in which selectivity must be really, really going up. So that's the way we are thinking. But I mean, any other suggestion on further looking at those things is definitely. And then the very last thing I want to say is that now that we're going into an employee image data set, there I think it's really more foolproof, because once you have the skills and the tasks, you can really estimate the production function. And so we can really tell you whether automation has increased the supermodularity or not. If it has increased the supermodularity, then our story is absolutely true, because we see it through the estimation of the production function. Incidentally, this estimation of the production function would also allow us to compute the markup and to see whether core tasks are the ones that are determining the growth in the markup, because once you have the production function, you can basically back up everything.
Thank you, Esther. If there is no question from the attendees, I have maybe one. Ariel, you wanted to ask something? No. Okay. I have maybe one question regarding the empirical setting and regarding the SSO variable. Actually, if automation can impact occupation in many different ways, and this will be also heterogeneous. The impact, the effect will be also heterogeneous across sectors. And it might be that actually in some sectors, automation substitute completely one occupation in the sectors. So basically, in some sectors, you won't see, so across those years, because you've got a long period of investigation, it might be that some occupation will disappear, and this might be due to offshoring, globalization, and automation. So actually this index is not immune to the fact that basically those occupations are not, you cannot observe them through the years in all the sectors under investigation. So this is my first question. And then the second one maybe is about the evolution of institutions. And you're using LFS, sorry. So this and so a large sample of countries. Institution is just like we all have different labor market institutions, and they are really specific to the countries, and they also evolved massively through time. In France, since '93, we've got a successions of laws on the labor market. Does that mean that actually your country times industry, if I guess I'm correct, country times industry fixed effect won't control for the changes in those labor market institutions, or the differential changes in those labor market institutions across your sample of countries? So how do you address this? Because we didn't see the robustness check. You were really fast on that. So how do you address those issues in this estimation? Thank you, Esther.
Okay, so to respond to your first question, I mean, it's actually, so of course, one can think of building up a different index. We were not into the business of building up a different index, but in principle, the RTI of Author and Dorn is supposed to control for this change in occupation over time. So, I mean, of course, one has to, I mean, we applied it, originally was applied to the ONET data. We applied it to other countries, so we had to transfer the definition of the ONET. But what the index is doing is tracking over time the fact that some occupations are disappearing and some are coming in. So it's already taking into account that some occupations are leaving and some others are replacing. What we are saying is that in our analysis, what this index, the role of this index is simply the automatability. So it's just telling you that if there is an industries, if there are industries where the RTI index, so the routineness index is going up, that means that they are more susceptible to being automated. And as you said, automation, we are convinced, is having many different effects. The substitution effects, probably, I mean, there is also all this literature on big data investment and how data can affect demand. So there are definitely zillions of effects. We are just focusing on that. And we are just saying, if a sector is more susceptible to automation, we should see more supermodular function. Okay, so that's the only identification that we want to do. We trust there are other effects that go on top and beyond our own. We think that our own, which is this core task bias selectivity, has been overlooked. And so that's why we mainly focus on that. In terms of control for institutions, I am not sure, I've been changing this presentation several times, and the last one at MBR, I really had very little time. So I'm afraid I forgot to include this table. So you should trust me or look into the paper, of course. So we do control for indices of institutions in Europe. There are some database where, in Europe, certainly they are more important than in other countries. I do agree with you that the institutions themselves are endogenous. So union strengths is changing because the monopsony power of firms is changing. And so, yeah, absolutely. We simply control for them, but they themselves might be, the fact that they are changing might be an indicator of higher selectivity. So that, again, if I am a worker, I am specialized in one thing, I lose my job, I'm not easily substitutable. That means my outside option is very, very thin. And that basically means that the firm has a lot of monopsony power. That is an interesting question per se, but we don't venture into that.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you for your clear presentation and the answers to those questions. There were one last, maybe one question by Claire. Claire, you wanted to ask a question?
Thank you, Ferdinand, and thank you, Esther. And sorry in advance, I'm not going to present Darwin's papers because I am not Darwin, so unfortunately, I won't go back to what you want. Still, I had, more concrete questions. I can really feel the interest of introducing this type of technology that you label as automation, but I am not sure this is what we have in mind, given the recent set of papers that are produced now. Maybe I'm too influenced by robots, but clearly when I see how you define them technically, and you said yourself that it won't describe robotization very well. I mean, what you described. So it would be, for me, it would be very helpful to give example of what you have in mind, because we can see that there is a connection between, being pickier, big star effects, and increasing returns to scale about by technologies. But for me, it's still unclear how to map these things, and I'm not sure whether you are introducing a new typology of technologies or whether it is directly connected to what is already available in the literature. Simply to clarify.
Yeah, no, so I completely agree with you, and in fact, we were reading a lot about the core task bias technological change as a concept, not as a model, but as a concept, was already mentioned before in a paper by Fatih, Guvenen, and Nick Bloom and others, where they were also kind of seeing in US data higher selectivity. So let me start from there. So I think one thing we can agree is that there is a technological trend, okay, which we can call automation or not at this moment. Let's be agnostic at the beginning. So our point is we see that there is the recent part of the recent technological change is inducing this higher selectivity. And again, so I haven't mentioned the literature, but there are other people that are mentioning about this core task bias technological change as this specialization in the core tasks, okay? Now, we do think, from the data, given that it depends very much on the probability of being automated, is that there is part of this technological change, which we can call it automation altogether, part of it channels through robot and substitutions, and part of it channels through this core task bias technological change. Now, I understand also your final question is, give me an example, right? Because with the robot, I understand it very, yes, with the robot, I understand it very well. With this, what digitalization is doing on how specialized I am. I think that the way you have to think about this is the following. So we do the plumber example because that kind also shows that it's not about high skill, but it's really across the board. Okay, so Gianmarco always gives this example that a plumber goes at home, and the traditional plumber would just have a couple of instruments and would fix the tube. Okay, so the plumber goes at home and says, oh, you know what? I have a camera that goes into this tube. However, there are two different tubes and there are two different cameras, which have two different technology. And I am specialized in the first one. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do your job. I'm going to call my colleague, okay, if he's available for this type of job. So what I'm saying is that digitalization is kind of making certain tasks kind of blueprint of highly specialized, and you really know this narrow thing around that task. And you're not willing to do that job because the plumber, if he does it, he might take it 1,000 euros. But if he doesn't do it, I mean, he simply doesn't know how to do it. And he says, well, I don't care. I'm going to wait for my next client who is going to pay me for 1,000 euros. Okay, so I'm not sure that the example convinces.
It's like a Smithian specialization with a star effect. The
Yes,
fact that you become increasingly, the production process becomes even more cut in more steps, and then there is a technology that renders some of these steps more critical.
Yes. It has to be really the core, the critical ones, because anything else can be given to the robot. So I trust that many hours are gone also because of the robots. That's true. But additional one, there is also this thing that, there's always, they say, the specialization of Ford. Ford was still working with 2,000 people, but Amazon is working with 20 because he just needs those people that knows the perfect blueprint. Google, he just know the people that know the algorithm of the Google search, and they might be 20. I mean, they don't need anything else.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. We are right on time now, and actually, it was planned the schedule plans to have a break. So we make a break of 10 minutes, and we come back after the break. Thank you. Hey, Beata. Hello.
Hello. Hi,
hello.
Farid. How are
Hi,
you?
Nice to see you.
I think we are still live.
Yeah, maybe.
How is life in Paris? Are you in Paris?
Yes, confined. So yeah, Ariel and I, we are in Paris, and sometimes we meet at CEPI. But yeah, life in Paris is just like we can go out of the flat. Oh, Claire as well. You are in Paris, Claire. Yeah. So
I am in Saclay.
You are in Saclay. So yeah, I mean, 1 hour per day, and yeah, we spend hours on Zoom and
well, just like the rest of the world, right?
Working in our small flats, which is not exactly as the rest of the world, but this is how it works here.
Yeah, we had a short conversation about that with Jan. With he has his whole basement. In
so where is Jan now? In Leuven?
Basically in Leuven.
Yeah.
But he has a house there, and that just says it all. He has a house.
Well, trade-offs. But would you, do you really think Leuven is as exciting as Paris?
Under confinement, yes.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah, under confinement, it is clearly.
Yeah. No. Bon.
But hopefully this is all for the right reasons, and things will get better soon. I guess we just need to make it until the spring, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Right.
Okay. So this is a little break. So we have a few minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry for joining late. I was on some panel, so I couldn't extract myself earlier. So I'm sorry, Esther, I didn't have any, I haven't caught the beginning of your talk, so I didn't feel qualified to comment.
no problem.
Yeah, Esther, if I can elaborate a little bit on this point that came out of the discussion with Claire, I actually think that's an interesting perspective, because it's Jan and John and Otter and all these people are talking about really these fixed costs and superstar effects. And what you're saying is it has a fractal nature, in the sense that it may even operate within a person across tasks. So they look at an industry across firms, right?
It can be within firm. And in fact,
yes, no, and it can also be across people within a firm, or across tasks within firms.
Yeah.
But what this example with the plumber, which is very figurative, is really about this plumber that is specialized and is very good in that camera and in that type of pipes, but he will not switch to the other one because the fixed cost is essentially higher to learn the user manual of this other. I don't know if that's how the world actually works. But I think it's an interesting idea to think about, and I'm not sure that your framework is there, but your framework is working at the most elementary unit, which is the task, right? And so maybe there's really scope, at least to theorize about this,
So we are actually extending
what is going on.
Yeah, we are. I mean, I'm actually extending this framework in several dimensions, and of course, there is not enough time to test. And we're really eager to go into the French data set because I think they are the best. But yes, I mean, so there are several effects that relate to what you said. I mean, first of all, this type of technology adoption might be endogenous. So it might be that certain superstars are investing in one blueprint. Okay, so like again, imagine data collection, and so they get one very specialized person that is super capable in that blueprint, and they only hire one person, and they consciously, and in fact, one extension that we have is precisely some investment either in intangible or in technology that affect the coefficient of the supermodularity. So it's not only about the production function. The production function can stay Cobb-Douglas, but it's really about the matching function. So the matching function or the labor demand, I mean, we want to test it through the employment match data set if all those technologies have increased the log supermodularity, okay? Right. And then, I mean, there are several other things. I mean, you can think, I mean, this is really far-fetched, but it's an whole agenda. So education. I mean, the United States has invested more and more in specialized education, which, I mean, in Europe, we still have, like the general type of education, like in Italy, we have the classical education. I'm now actually sending, my daughter has been admitted to Louis-le-Grand, and I'm sending her next year to Louis-le-Grand. This in Europe, we have this idea, this concept of the generalized education, which makes workers somehow substitutable and keeps the creativity task very high. The problem is that in many countries, the education is becoming super specialized. So last year I was visiting Harvard, I was in Cambridge. My son went to a Cambridge Latin school, and two of the courses were robotics, sponsored by MIT, and it was super specialized. And there were courses that in Europe you wouldn't find, because, I mean, instead of doing physics, they were doing Arduino, programming in Arduino. Now imagine that Arduino is replaced by something else. Those skills are completely gone. They're completely unsubstitutable. So there are many things. I mean, even the scope for education and for specialization in education, I think it's an all interesting area, because it's making now.
I would caution though. I mean, this is great for your son, but I would caution against making broad conclusions based on what they experienced at Harvard, but in Cambridge, because in fact, American education, as any education system, is very, very heterogeneous. But I think, I see the broader point about special. Yeah. Well, I'm going to take a small coffee. And,
yes, exactly. I'm going to take a quick coffee and then come back.
Dorit, can I make you one?
Good, Claire. Actually, it's 40. It's time maybe to start again the session.
I'll share my screen. Okay.
Yeah, would you like to? Super. Just have to. I wait just like for.
Is it okay? Can you see?
Yeah, I see everything.
Full screen. Full
yes,
screen,
yes,
okay.
I see everything. This is really nice. Thank you, Claire, for being with us. I'm really happy that.
Thank you, Farid, for inviting me. And ultimately, I'm not going to present what is indicated on the program, so that's why Esther will be disappointed. But this is what I had in mind in July. So
yeah, but that's okay.
thank you.
I am aware of that. So okay, Claire. So you've got 50 minutes, including questions, to present this work on French robotizing firms. I think this would be for me the second or second time that normally I see this presentation, and I'm fascinated by what
So
you
I
have
don't
here.
think so. Sorry, I changed my mind. So I'm going to present an extension that is a very work in progress because
okay.
I did not make enough progress on the core paper. So
that's good.
Problems of data access, and in fact, given the set of authors in this workshop, I am trying to implementing some stuff implemented by Jan and John. So I thought it was a perfect place to get early comments. So sorry for that.
That's good. That's good.
And thank you very much for the opportunity. And hopefully it will be. It's really work in progress. So hopefully it will be a lively discussion as well, because nothing is frozen in any way. So it's an extension of a joint overall project with Darren and Pasquale, but they are not, completely in for now. And I'm going to present you, very new findings and new results, aiming at describing the production and markups at French robotizing firms. Okay, so in fact, I'm going to go back to Jan's presentation, and that's why I did that. So the motivation of this extension is that there is an interconnection between robotization and the labor share. This is what we already explained in the AIR-PNP paper. There is obviously a vast literature and debate on the overall evolution of the labor share and its drivers. And this literature is highly represented in this workshop. Many different causes have been proposed. Either the decrease in the cost of capital relative to labor, maybe with ICTs, and this was the early idea developed by Karaber-Bounis and Niemann, developed by Lashkari and co-authors. The impact of trade and international sourcing, labor market institutions, and John's paper, among others, but prominently showed that reallocations are key. Reallocation to the largest, most productive firms, either due to globalization or technical changes. But I guess one of the takeaway of your paper is that probably the interaction between this reallocation to the largest units and markups might play the greatest role in explaining the decrease in labor share. Okay, and this finding is further confirmed by many papers by Jan and Ekut, by Barkay, probably Gutierrez and Philippon. It's also discussed in Fari and Bakai. So given that I have developed a new set of a new data set documenting in great detail one of the last major technological change, namely robotization, I thought it would be useful to contribute to this debate by looking at what happens when firms robotize. Okay, we show in the IAPNP paper that when firms robotize, reallocation to robotized low labor share firms are key. Okay, yet in this paper, we do not completely clarify what is the link between, the contribution of technology and the contribution of markups. Okay, because we did not estimate markups very precisely in this paper, and technology here will be represented in the usual, Zera type of approach, which will lead to a decrease in the role played by labor in the production process, and the substitution with capital. Okay, so the goal of this extension that I'm going to present today is actually to clarify these two mechanisms and to look into one precise event, which is the advent of robotization, and to clarify what is due to increase in markups, okay, and what is driven by the actual change in the technological process of firms. So what will be the contribution to the literature? So first, I have built a comprehensive data set about robotizing firms in French, in French manufacturing. That is matched with rich administrative data. So this is still evolving. So this is why it's still work in progress. It has evolved since January. And I am going to present a little bit to describe in details what robotization actually means within French firms. Okay, and I am going, in fact, to implement, the toolbox developed by Jan de Lucker with his various co-authors at full power. At least that's my intention. So feel free to provide feedback in order to estimate TFP and markups in the most, rigorous way, and in order to disentangle the contribution of the two mechanisms. Technological change, not TFP, technological change, heterogeneity in the technological parameters, and markups on the other hand. Okay, and just to give you a preview of what I obtained so far, in fact, I am only able to take account of the heterogeneity of technology within industry for two highly robotized industries, where I have sufficiently observation to estimate production function for robotized firms. So it will be, only focused on the car industry and the rubber and plastic industry. Okay, so the external validity of my result is obviously not very large. But in those two industries, I will show that when I take this technological heterogeneity into account, the estimation that I try to make as rigorous as possible implies that 55% of the decrease in the aggregate labor share is actually driven by reallocation to, robotized firms in the technological sense, those with having a lower parameter for labor, Cobb-Douglas parameter for labor. Okay, and only, 1/4 will be driven by markup. So this is not the entire, the entire story won't be driven by markup in those industries. Okay, so I think it's rather intuitive, because if you are aware of the state of the car industry in France, clearly it's not the industry where markups are highest in the present context. So in my view, these results are quite intuitive. So the related literature is obviously the vast literature that is still being developed about the understanding of the labor share and the understanding of the dynamics of markups. See above and what Jan presented. And obviously, it's also related to the theoretical and many empirical literature about automation and robotization. So theory here does not resemble what Esther presented. So that's why I was a little, I mean, I am too influenced by my co-authors, of course. It's natural, you know. But it will be a direct implementation of the DIRA model that is implemented in almost all Asimov-Restrepo papers and Emus Olsen. And
Yeah. Jan has a clarifying question.
Of
actually.
course.
Just very quickly.
Anytime. Pop up.
Clarification, sorry.
Yeah.
That the distinction between technology, but then you keep saying markups. You mean market power or markups? Because technology affects the markup almost
Markups.
naturally. What do you mean? You mean markups in technology?
Markups. It's,
are you going to tell us how you?
Yeah. I will show. I will show you in next slide. I will show you what it will be fully clarified, I think. Okay. So just to be very quick on the related literature. So many analyses on robotization are cross-industry or cross-country. So this is not sufficiently precise to dig into this aspect of the question. And there is a vast, an increasing set of paper using firm-level data, even French-based data sets, which are actually good. But little effort so far allocated to the analysis of the changes in the production process of those firms. Okay, it's not something that people describe in great detail. So this is what I'm going to do, and in this way, it is related to, sets of paper that also show that it might be important to take account of technological heterogeneity within sectors. So I'm going to explain to Jan what I have in mind. So it's directly derived from your paper. So if I have misunderstandings, please pop up and tell me. I'm going to describe the data that I have in hand and show you descriptive analysis in order to motivate the TFP estimating equation that I am going to use. I am going to estimate TFP and markups, and then I will try and draw implication for the aggregate labor share in the same way as you do in your global market power paper. So the framework is very simple. So I start from a Cobb-Douglas production function, really as in the DERA approach, where output is produced by capital with an exponent theta f, which will be dependent on firms within industries, okay, depending on the level of automation of those firms, and labor. In the estimation, I will obviously also insert materials, intermediate inputs. But since I'm going to focus here on the labor share, it simplifies to only consider capital and labor. Okay. So I will have in mind a constant return to scale function to simplify things. Which will imply that firms will choose prices in order to maximize profit given unit costs, and the unit cost will coincide with marginal cost in this framework. So this is why it's very simple. And the first order condition will lead to the familiar formula that markup will be a function of the demand elasticity. Okay, up to now, if I'm correct, I'm using the same concept of markup that you are introducing in your various paper, and I draw heavily on, all of your papers, you will see, except that I will be constrained by data observability constraints. But this is what I get.
Yeah, just one comment. Yeah? You're doing profit maximization, right? Which is the whole thing about the production approach is that you're doing cost minimization. I'm not sure it's going to matter for you, but it may matter because you're going to have to require much more information on the model of competition, the form of...
Yeah, so I will have information about prices. So this will allow me to back up separately, the technological parameter from the markups. But yeah, here it's profit maximization in order to have non-trivial markups. So that's really maybe I missed your point, but
no, I'm just saying that from a purely sort of conceptual modeling point of view, that you can measure markups in theory, of course, without having to say anything about demand and the model of competition.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to pull more out of the data, it may well be just because you have more information in the data, but also because you're adding other assumptions, and you're going to have a joint hypothesis which you are interested in, but also including maybe implicit assumptions about conduct or the form of demand. But we will see as we go on. But I think it's important to draw that distinction.
No, but clearly that's the ultimate aim of this paper. But for now, I'm just using, the production side estimation approach that you have been developing. And in fact, I would like to inform a model of, we see that reallocations are key, that the role of markup is non-trivial, because I won't say it's more limited than what your paper suggests, but they are not focusing on manufacturing, and they are not focused on the car industry, on robotized industry, let's say. So this is not a contradiction in my view. But markups and reallocation both play non-trivial roles. And ultimately, it will be important to, do this estimation in order to inform a more structural framework where we will be able to distinguish the two. Okay, so yes, I have parallel goals, more specific, but parallel goals, and obviously your next paper will be of high interest for us as well. Okay, so this is what I get, and once we introduce, more than just labor as a production factors, obviously in terms of the labor share is not trivially the inverse of markups, as might have been suggested in some papers, some simplifying papers. Okay, here it will be obviously related to the exponent of labor, which will be related to other to the automation process of the firm. Okay, because automation, robotization is modeled in this framework as a transfer from the capital exponent to the labor exponent. Okay, and in extension of their works, Pascual and Daron also consider even more complex changes, substitution of technological changes across an even broader set of factors. Okay, but for now, I'm very simple. I take the simplest definition of automation in the sense of robotization. Okay, so here it's clear that there are two main sources of variation: technology, because of this theta coefficient, okay, that you shut down a little bit in your last paper since you calibrate it, if I'm correct. But here, in the context of robotization, we suggest that it might come back in the foreground, okay, and play a non-negligible role in explaining the decrease in the labor share, okay, and obviously markup, as in all of the other papers. So, as you said, the dispersion and evolution of markup depend on the type of competition, either competitive market, monopolistic competition, Cournot, Bertrand. So once you start being structural, you have to implement, you have to pick an assumption. And what we want is obviously to try and estimate these markups in the most convincing way, and try and see whether we can actually have an informed choice about the type of of assumption that we have to make in order to describe the aggregate impact of automation. So for now, there is little evidence on what is the relevant assumption in the French manufacturing industries. I have even tried to estimate, various Atkinson-Burstein models, and I don't manage. It's rejected. So that's for now. But they are very flexible, so I might not have tried all of the possibilities that I could do. So for now, I'm going to stick to your methodology, be fully agnostic about that, and try and estimate the two separately. Yet, in your paper, John, you propose a flexible approach that assumes monopolistic competition and a flexible specification for demand. Okay, a demand that obeys the assumptions that are indicated in this slide, which are, the good features that we think a demand curve should obey. Obviously, decreasing in price. Okay, convenient price elasticity. Okay, and a decreasing elasticity of price. Okay, this is the second Marshall law, to say. And in this setting, okay, which is very flexible and clearly consistent what we see in general in various markets. Okay, this leads to markups that are decreasing of prices and that onto prices that are increasing of unit costs. Okay, which implies that ultimately markups will be decreasing in unit costs. So in this setting, robotization will have an impact on markups. Okay, will bring about an increase in markups of robotizing firms since they will face lower unit costs. So, the contribution of the two aspects, either of technology in the sense of these theta parameters on markups, it's non-trivial because in a flexible framework, a flexible framework implies that markup will be increasing at robotizing firms. Okay, so just to be even more detailed about robotization space, so assume that there is cost saving from automation, obviously, as we always do in those models, and consider a technological improvement affecting one single firm as a shock on this theta parameter. So this is what Darwin and Pasquale do in their early paper about.
Sorry, can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
So I completely understand what you're doing, but what and maybe you could answer this, why does one firm adopt robots, another firm doesn't adopt robots? What's the reason?
We don't know that yet. This is really something that I am trying to dig, but I would need a proper model of endogenous robot adoption, which I don't have for now. Okay, I don't have
we should think of that, at least that bit as exogenous too.
Yes, it doesn't matter so much. I think I will be agnostic about that. I will take the same position as in the De Lucker and Barzinski paper. Activity on export market might be endogenous, but it won't matter too much here. I am going to be describing the markups of robotized firms in the French car industry, basically.
So
whether it is, I
think that's completely fine, and it's a reasonable starting place. Yeah. But I guess another way to model it might be to say robots are another form of capital, and then you have a capital stock of robots, and there's a user cost associated with robot capital. That would be a very neoclassical way of trying to think of robots, but I mean this is a slightly different way, I guess, because there it would be the reason I adopt robots is because the price of robots has gone down, and that may be different across firms for whatever reason, but that would be a different way of modeling it.
So here it's user cost of robots that is lower than wages. Okay, so if robots becomes available to a firm, then the firm will adopt.
Okay,
but for now, I'm fully agnostic about why this firm and not another. And obviously, in the D-stat, you will. It's already in the ARPNP paper. I mean, these are the largest firms. These are, they are,
Claire, just a quick comment on my side on this. So my understanding is that Daron interprets robots mainly as capital. So I think it goes in the direction that John was suggesting. But I mean, of course, and this might not be problematic in your setup. So, but it could be that, I mean, imagine that the endogenous digitalization was something like, I'm going to digitalize the production process. That means an initial investment in intangible. Only if the industry guarantees you a patent, so only if the industry has anti-competitive practices, then you are going to invest into that. So only if you know ex ante that you're going to extract a markup, you invest in intangible. In that case, then the facts, I mean, the different effects might confound each other.
It's true. So clearly, if I will skip this slide later on, but for now, we are going to reason conditional on these institutional features. I mean, what institutions, what patents drive the competitive state of the market. Okay, so it's simply a correlation between the two. Okay, but clearly later on, in order to make sense of the distribution of markups that we will have, it will be important to address this point and to, I mean, be less agnostic about what shapes the distribution of markups. I fully agree with that.
So Claire, following up on what John was saying, I mean, maybe we're going to get this, but so at a conceptual level, robots can change many things. It can change the production function. It can have feedback, whatever. But so the argument is, I can get markups in a way that's robust to that. But I just want to be clear that no matter how you think robots is affecting the firm's production, you're going to have to model it when you're estimating the production function to measure the markup, right? Yeah. So it's going to either affect factor prices, or it's going to affect maybe dynamically the process of productivity. So in a way, it's going to have to be inside the model, right? And then you're saying I'm going to stick it in some general way.
Yeah.
And as long as I do that, I can estimate the markup correctly. And then I'm going to sort of look at how the markup relates to the robot status of a firm, right?
Yeah, yeah. So what I'm going to do,
right?
Yeah. So this is correct. So my goal is to try and show you a set of descriptive statistics in order to motivate what type of equation I will be estimating ultimately. Okay, so I am really concrete in this sense. So, but it's really a trade. I mean, you are, I mean, you have developed all of these tools, and you have this various paper either using this, wide range data or simply focused on one market, and you are the expert in to help me to choose what dimension I could shut down in order to increase power at some point, because obviously, I have very few robotized firms. If I allow for too many dimensions of heterogeneity, I get zero markup and zero TFP. I can't estimate anything, and I can't say anything, which might be a little disappointing. So I try and be reasonable and to motivate all what I will be introducing, but clearly, just come in anytime. That's most useful right now. Okay, so that's I'm addressing the same question as you do, but being more focused on one specific industry, which might be very specific. I don't think the car industry is the highest markup industry in the world. So, so general validity of my finding, does not contradict what you find for, services, etc. Okay. Okay, so just to wrap up on this slide, once you model automation as a shock on this theta parameter, then you can you have the change in the unit cost, And you can derive the shock on the labor share. And there are obviously two channels. First, technology for given markups, and second, markups, holding fixed technology. Okay, and the empirical question we considered is to try and assess what is the relevant importance of these two components. First at the firm level, and in the aggregate within these sectors, obviously. Okay, so I mean, I think the question is quite simple. The implementation is less straightforward. Okay, so caveats, all what we discussed about endogeneity. So if I'm correct, I am really having the same, attitude as DeLuca and Vartinsing, and I actually think it's already very interesting to to compute the correlation between markups and robots. Okay, we know that. I will show you that. Demand drives robot adoption. It's clear. So it will be in my later model of robot adoption. Okay, so we know that it will impact on markups. Whether it is amplified by the robotization process, whether it's a label that will drive the markup, it's still interesting. You know, the correlation between markup and technology adoption is still something that is interesting to look at in the first step. Okay, and clearly, since demand drives automation and demand drives markups, my estimate will be an upper bound on the chance of in markup caused by automation. It will overestimate. Okay, since there is this confounding demand factor. Okay, so this said, so I think the framework is quite simple. I'm just incorporating many factors of production and technological change within an industry. Let's move to the data, so that I'm going to explain. So industrial robots are a very precise technology, okay, that is defined in my data set via a very precise norm defined by ISO. So it's basically, an industrial robot is automatically controlled, reprogrammable, multi-purpose, manipulator, 3 or more axes. So it's can move in space, etc., etc. This is all well known. Okay, but very precise and very precise, but maybe not sufficiently precise. These are 2 examples of robots. On the left, I think this is what I have in my data, the standard robots. On the right, you see, you start having a worker next to the robots. And in fact, it's called a cobot. It's not the same design, it's less dangerous, such that it can be used as a very powerful tool for the worker. And that one might have a different impact in the production function of the considered firm. But since the market for these cobots is only 9, they are pooled in my classification of robots, so I can't distinguish between the two. Okay, but the market worldwide in 2016 is only 9,000 items, so I think there are few in France. So clearly, items, these are cobots. So I will neglect this measurement error in my data.
I have a clarification question, Claire, for you. This is true within the sector, a very precisely narrow defined sectors that actually firms are using within sector. I mean, narrow defined sectors that you will see firms using cobots and firms using robots.
No, I am not using them. So the white is polluting me because I am not sure it will replace worker. They do not replace all worker because there is one next to during production. So I'm not sure the impact of the robot on the left will be the same as the robot on the right.
But it could make them very specialized and unsubstitutable.
Exactly. That's what I yeah. So you could do on this. Okay. So robots in my data set, it will be on the left. Okay. And you don't see any worker. It's a car manufacturer here. And the data set that I have been building is in fact constructed from various sources, so it's still evolving. So I use import data, I use direct extract of files, of client files, I use fiscal information because there are, subsidies and amortization schemes that have been put in place in France and can detect them from the fiscal information. There are thematic surveys that I gather. I exclude robot integrators, which is quite important because, I mean, in some papers, I think they did not, and robot integrators are likely to purchase robots, but resell them together with services, implementation in the client firm. And my estimated coverage is roughly 70% of aggregate robot purchases published by the International Federation of Robotics. Okay. And obviously, I can match this with, the French information system, which is rich in terms of, accounting data and worker level data. Okay. Descriptive statistics, just to answer Jan's point. So first thing, a recap, and the fact that robotization is not very prevalent, in fact. So the largest share of robotizing firms is found in fabricated metals. The car industry, when it is not weighted by sales, in the fourth rank. But of course, okay, so this plot, sorry, so the most robotized firms are in the fabricated metal industry, and the car industry is in the fourth rank. But in intensity, the car industry would rank first. Okay, this graph also shows that if I restricted my data sets to firms importing robots, I would miss about half of robotizing firms. So it's important to look at domestic purchases, at least to increase power in my estimation, and in order to, clean my control group from, unobserved robotized firms.
So Claire, Amazon and Google would be zero robotized, maximum digitalized.
Exactly. So that's why I was asking about automation and etc. So Google is very large, and they own robotics firms. So I don't know. Google is a very wide.
And you by the way, you won't have them in the data because they do not declare any establishment in France. So.
Yeah, I don't know. They have a R&D. They have a R&D lab, but I don't know if it's recent and they will move again. But anyways, yeah, no. Okay, so unevenly represented in industries, and obviously more prevalent in largest firms. In the top 1% in the firm, in the sales distribution. My data set is, consistent with the IFR data, okay, but I think I have to rush a little bit. And what I have in my data is that I can see that some firms, have multiple spaces of robotization, so they will have a higher heterogeneity in terms of their production function. Okay. So in the unweighted distribution, you can see that these multiple firms do not account for, many firms. But when we weight them by sales, obviously the picture is very different. You see that the car industry comes in, and the highly robotized firms are the largest one, so they will play a massive role within their industries. Okay, so this coincidence between technological heterogeneity and the fact that these guys are the big star firms is tricky. You see, this is why I will try and push a little bit the story of technological heterogeneity. So just to move quickly, robots is a sub-part of automation, but it's not the main part of automation, as you can see on the left. Okay, when I match my data with complementary survey data describing whether firms are implementing investment in automation, you see that robotization amounts to broadly 5% of automating investment. So it's very precise. It's a very narrow type of practice of investment. And when you look, I'm stuck going to the production function. When you look at the investment project beyond robotization, you see that in fact, robotization is correlated with investments that are dedicated to the production of new products. And this is something that we are going to also see in the Prodcom data. Okay, robotized firms will be multi-product firms. So you see all of your paper appearing in a row. Multi-product firms and introducing new varieties of products. And this is something that we will have to in some way take into account. Okay, instead of classifying them into a narrow sector. Okay. If we do some type of event studies in terms of sales of these robotized firms as compared with non-robotizing firms, you see that the printer, they are experiencing, an increasing term in terms of sales. So this is consistent with our fear that automation, robotization is not exogenous and is most likely partly driven by demand. Okay, this is also documented by papers by Bonfiglioli, Fadinger, and co-authors, and they show this pattern as well. We have the same type of data, so this is really consistent. But when you look at ratios, then the patterns are less ugly. Obviously, when you start dividing, the wage bill by sales, then in terms of the pattern, we do not see any problematic stuff. Okay, so this implies that when I will be describing the technology, obviously the technology will be less affected by these demand shocks. And you can see that the labor share is increasing, and even more so when firms have multiple spells of robotization. Okay, this is something that I can also do for, all production factors. So I see a slight decrease in terms of purchase of intermediate goods, purchase of non-starable inputs, let's say services and electricity. So they discard this type of purchases. Okay, so it won't simply be a substitution between, a transfer of this theta coefficient between labor and capital. In one sector, it will also affect the exponent for materials because of this. And this is already obvious in this graphic. So I will have to allow for this heterogeneity across multiple factors of production in the production function, in my production estimation. Okay, with the French data, I can also look at a proxy for ICT. I don't see anything, but the proxy is very noisy. So this doesn't mean that this is a proxy that is used by Lashkari, Bauer, and Jocelyn. They have a paper about ICT on French data. But this proxy is very noisy, and I don't see any patterns, co-movement between robotization and ICT investment, just to answer a little, some of the point raised by Esther. I can go in never greater detail, so I'm going to document further the evolution of factor shares divided by sales. So it's a little bit polluted by markups for now, but not much, as you could see in the event studies. I'm also going to look at prices to see if there remain price takers on the input markets, okay, which is a critical point in the estimation process. And when possible, I am going to look at churning, just to see whether there is a suspicion of changes in the quality of inputs or in the variety of inputs that the firms are purchasing upon robotization. Okay, so this is the same as the graphics, so I can do in a long difference regression format. In order to dig into whether firms change their sourcing strategies for their intermediates, I can look at imports, and I actually see that they start importing more varieties from more countries and more products. Okay, but I don't show the results because I will have to rush. There is no correlation with unit values, which would be consistent with the fact that they remain price taker on their input markets. Okay. I can also look at workers. Okay. So this is something that I do with the DADS that I have penalized over my period. So this is possible to undo the anonymization process of INSEE. And I actually obtained that, I mean, in terms of the structure of their workforce, they discard blue collars, okay? And they hire, I mean, they do not hire, they use more hours of senior technical engineers, which is consistent with what we had in mind, okay? And maybe you are talking of the engineers, Esther, I don't know. And, you know, the CEO also make more hours on average. It is interesting to see that in the French context, in fact, they decreased the hours of blue collars by decreasing the hours performed by continuing workers, but they do not fire them heavily, okay? Yet they still hire new, and they stop hiring blue collars, okay? I can read.
So Claire, can I ask a question? So the top left bar, that's all workers. So it looks like you're getting a positive effect on total employment.
No, it's zero. All workers is sorry. Since it's in terms of share of hours by 2, so it's a structure of the workforce in terms of hours worked. Okay, so here for all workers, I get a 0 because by definition, the total structure of.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So I was looking at the second bar.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah. But if I.
But I was going to ask you because I just if Jerome is
moved to
positive
labor
effects
shares.
of robots.
Yeah, exactly. I moved to labor share, and here I see the negative impact. Okay, for all workers, and it is mainly driven by, but it's not the same definition. You know, some people are labor economists and they want to look at share in hours, and if we look at, I mean, which were influenced by production estimation and I mean productivity, etc., then we would like to see labor share, and this is what I show you here.
Okay.
And so the decline is mainly driven by the blue collars.
Okay, but overall, in terms of overall hours and employment, it's you get 0 basically.
So overall here, it's minus 10%.
Oh, so
it's minus 1%. Minus 1%.
Okay, so you do get
Okay.
negative effects.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. That's the same result as in the AAP&P paper. It's fully consistent. I have only extended the data set, so it's in the AAP&P we are only presenting this one, and now it's for the full set of occupation. And
is labor share the labor share in sales or value added or total employees, or share of what?
So it's total. It's payroll of each occupation category over total sales.
Okay.
Is it not the wage bill share? Should be the wage bill share? No.
It's the payroll over sales.
So payroll is wage bill or employees?
It's labor cost.
Labor cost. So my question was just,
so it's wage plus payroll, taxes, etc.
So my question was just total labor. So not weighted by cost, just total employees or total hours. That also falls, does it?
So I am showing everything. So these are the hours, these are the shares, and these are the hourly wages for each occupation and each type of occupation. Okay, and actually, overall, we see a slight increase in hourly wages. Okay, we see a slight increase in the wage of continuing blue collar workers. Okay, but they are few, and they work less. Okay, And then what we see is that they are replaced with new blue-collar workers that are paid more. Okay, so there are fewer blue-collar workers. The old one, either they work less or they exit. And there is a small for new entrants which are paid less, which are paid more. Okay, which shows that there might be a change, in the qualification of those blue-collar workers. There are fewer of those, but they are paid more in terms of their hourly wages.
Clara,
Okay. Not huge, but I think I have to rush, so I will be rushing very. Yeah. Go ahead, Esther.
No, doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I can look at churning at the portfolio level, and I can show that it is consistent with the survey incident that I showed previously. So they are multi-product firms. They are launching new products, and they increase their, they widen their portfolio on average. So this is something that I have to take into account. Okay, and I can focus on exports. So implication for TFP and markup estimation. So as expected, labor share is falling. So I think, John, you, since I showed all of the graphics, you were able to find what you wanted. I did not provide, much evidence about capital because it is notoriously difficult to measure. The problem of user cost of capital, of historical cost of capital in the balance sheet information. The share of intermediate goods is rather stable, but energy and services are falling in some sectors. And the unobserved heterogeneity in inputs is likely high. Okay, and these firms are multi-product firms, and they, have new varieties. So what I am going to do, so ideally, what I should do is to estimate different production functions on monoproduct firms, both robotizing and non-robotizing. This is the takeaway of Jan's paper, in Econometrica paper in 2016. Here, there is a big problem for me because there is no such firms. There is no robotized firms that is monoproduct. So this is not something that I'm going to be able to do. So I will go back to the previous, to one of the earlier Econometrica paper by Jan, and use the treatment that he proposed there to control for multi-product firms. And actually, there are approximations here that I'm going to explain in greater detail, but it will matter for the estimation of all of my coefficients. It has an impact on return to scale, overall return to scale, estimated return to scale.
So Claire,
yeah.
Without getting into too much of technicalities, but the one thing that I kept thinking of the whole time,
yeah,
you're doing an IO paper, right? You're writing a paper on one industry, which I think is very interesting and important. But when I think of car production, I think very much of a Leontief style of production, where you're going to have a set of intermediate inputs that is not going to be that easily to substitute with sort of an aggregate over labor and capital. And what it makes that interesting is that the whole machinery of estimating production functions and the measurement of markups changes because of that, right? And so in light of automation and where you think the productivity shocks lie, and whether the robots are really there to handle the intermediates or substitute workers is becoming critical, right? And so I think I encourage you to think harder about, how your whole machinery that you're now taking off the shelf may need to be adjusted when you do allow for that realism of the Leontief. And I think you have data to actually drill down much more into, and perhaps maybe get rid of all these nasty econometric problems by maybe directly looking at the factor shares of these things. That's just a suggestion.
And I just footnote to what Jan said, I had exactly the same instinct. You're doing a kind of IO study, so you also have really good data on prices, on brands, on quality, on the BLP type of thing. So you have a lot richer information on the demand side than would be typical in a usual production function thing, which you could leverage a lot more than we normally can. We look across lots of industries.
Yeah, no, clearly that's a point well taken. Point well taken. My initial goal was to try and see whether I could provide, a wide, analysis on all manufacturing industries. In fact, I can't even with this, highly simplistic assumption. So point well taken. I can introduce some more, subtle technological heterogeneity within sectors and be more accurate in the way I estimate production function. Yeah.
And
this will allow me to skip these things.
Are you assuming throughout constant returns to scale? I think you are. And I also think the adjustment costs. Now that we're talking about the modeling, imagine that I'm a firm, right? And there's a shock, there's now an availability of robots, the price of robots falls. It's really going to depend on my adjustment costs, both on the labor and the capital side, on whether I am going to adopt and when I'm going to adopt, even though that in a static sense, you want to go in or out. And then it might blur the identification of what happens around that shock.
But clearly, this is future work here. Yeah. That's a first step toward in this direction. So I fully agree with this point. Yeah. Yet, just since I am in the process of digging into my data, a first approximation was this type of setup with this, familiar Cobb-Douglas things that at least all of these wide-ranging papers are relying on. So that's a known completely stupid starting point. And this is what I do. And ultimately, what I am going to estimate is this function, where I will allow all of this exponent to vary by robotization status. So it won't be a paper about adoption. I will only contrast non-robotized firms with robotized firms. Okay, so I'm not even talking about, it's also a simplification. Okay, I won't look at the pattern of evolution of this exponent over time. And I'm going to control as much as possible for multi-product firms, the fact that they do not have the same sourcing strategies, which appear as, productivity shifters in those regression. And this is, it might be, it is important to control for them. And okay, so this is what I get. So I can only estimate this in a clean way for cars and rubber and plastic. So in the car industry, we have really, the standard mechanism that labor exponents are decreasing, especially so for blue collars. So I split labor into blue collars versus the rest. Okay. And we have, an increase in the coefficient for capital. So completely as expected in the early intuition. In the rubber and plastic industry, we don't have the same. We have an increase in skilled labor, all labor except blue collars, okay? Increase in capital, but not very significant. And we have a decrease in intermediate input. So in this industry, in fact, it seems that something else is happening, which is the fact that they become more vertically integrated. Okay, so robotization does not discard, displace workers. It brings about increased vertical integration, which is important in terms of if you believe this, sketch production function estimation framework. It is important for even for markup estimation, because most often we rely on this exponent here, this static input, and if this exponent is heterogeneous across firms, this would alter the measurement of markups across robotizing and non-robotizing firms. Okay, so this is what I get in terms of TFP estimation. So I find it at least reassuring, using Cobb-Douglas. After all, Cobb-Douglas is not so weird, but point taken, clearly. I can look at correlation between, these markup firm level prices that I am able to construct from data, and correlate them with robotization. And in terms of markup, it's this column here. I do not find any correlation with robotization. And I mean, it's not no obvious pattern when I split the robotization variables according to spells of robotization, which implies that other else equal. So here I control for size, okay, for the firm size. Robotized firms do not exhibit higher markups, okay, but they are larger. So markups might remain non-trivial for them. So does it matter for the decomposition that I wanted to implement at the beginning? So I'm running late, so I will be quick. To assess whether it is relevant or not, I will do as Jan, in fact. So I am trying to replicate the same type of counterfactual analysis, you know, trying to shut down without a structural model to shut down. I mean, to shut down other channels other than markups on one hand, as you do, and shut the markups down on the other end. I am not implementing exactly the same decomposition as you do, but I go back to what John uses and what we use in the AEA PNP paper, but it's the same. I mean, it's the same takeaway. We are implementing a dynamic Melitz and Polanek decomposition, where the evolution of the labor share is split across robotizing and non-robotizing firms. First, in terms of their unweighted averages, this is the first term. There is a missing overline here. And then the reallocation patterns, I mean, two robotized firms between robotized and non-robotized firms. This is the first term here, and the residual superstar effect here. Okay, so this is that's what John implemented and what we implemented in this AEA PNP paper. If I do that on these two specific subsectors with the actual data, I get the same type of result that we had. So decrease in aggregate labor share that is driven by decrease in labor share of robotized firms, slight increase in non-robotized firms. And then this is a super effect a la John. That is composed from reallocation to robotized firm that is huge, okay, and it is in fact compensated by within, I mean, pool of robotized or pool of non-robotized firms residual terms, okay, but the reallocation term remains non-negligible in these industries. If I replace observed labor share with this counterfactual labor share that I compute as, you know, exponent for labor in non-robotized firms, I shut down technological heterogeneity divided by estimated markups. Then I get a graphic on the right. And here you see that, in fact, in these industries, in these highly robotized industries, highly robotized and probably overall low market industries, I am not able to reproduce the pattern. So this is to say that at least in these industries, it might be important to take account of heterogeneity in technologies because markups do not do everything. Okay, they might contribute to reallocation a little, a lot. In a second counterfactual exercise, so this, I mean, this counterfactual exercise is correct if we think that only markups are relevant and I do not alter the value added weight of any firms. I think this is also what you do in your counterfactual analysis in your paper, but maybe correct me if I am wrong, obviously. A second one is to remove markups by, you know, simply deflating value added of all firms. And in fact, it decreases a little bit the counterfactual labor share by roughly 25%. Okay, so this means that in this exercise, markups still contribute for 1/4 of the aggregate pattern. They are small, they are not correlated with robotized firms, but robotized firms are large, are the superstar ones. So they, in fact, contribute to the pattern of reallocation of the activity to those robotized firms and to the downward trends in the labor shares. So concluding remarks, but I think I'm running out of time. So takeaway, provided that I have to move to a more detailed IO paper. It won't be a macro paper, it will be a micro paper. Within the discrete technological eternity seem to matter more than markups in those French highly robotized industries, where still the role of markup is non-trivial, 25%. I would say that this analysis still raises a difficulty if superstar firms on average have different technologies, because then we will face some kind of identification problems in order to distinguish markups from differences in technologies. So this call for probably for more flexible specification of production functions in macro analysis. And it's also important to assess the validity and ultimate power of shifter IVs in these settings. Future work, structural IO, starting from the production function and then moving to the relevant model of industrial equilibrium that is relevant to make sense of automation.
Thank you, Claire. We are running we are really late on the schedule now. It's already almost.
Thank you for all of your feedbacks.
Thank you very much, Claire, for your presentation. I suggest to move to the next presentation directly, and maybe we can come back with question later on when we have the discussion, right? Okay, Ariel. If you are ready, you can share your screen. Ariel, we don't hear you.
Sorry. Now everyone can hear me. So this is joint work with Farid and with James. And I think that you'll see that this paper dovetails with many of the themes that have been mentioned in the other papers. And I hope to make up for lost time as well. So this paper is about technology, trade, and labor demand. So, what are the facts? We see an increase in skilled labor employment and skilled wage bill shares virtually across the world. And, many factors are in place: supply, demand, institutions, markups, and so on. And what we're going to do in this paper is going to focus on demand side rules of ICT, R&D, exporting and importing jointly at the firm level. So we're going to take all those things into account in our analysis. And the way we're going to do this is these things are going to affect both Hicks neutral and biased productivity shifters. Okay, so we're going to estimate those things. And a big part of what we do is actually developing methodology to do that. And one of the novelties in our paper is that we bring to the table is the use of these techies as indicators for firm level investment in productivity enhancing. So we wanted to be able to distinguish different types of investment in technology, and in order to do that, we took these people that work in firms. On the next slide, I'll give you a description of who these people are. And we can split those people according to their tasks, according to particularly what the firms that employ them tell us that they do in the firm. And we see this as an interesting alternative to use of R&D expenditure data. We saw also in Claire's presentation, these investments in robotics are, they happen in spikes. So there's this literature about spikes in investment, and those spikes in investments are even more rare for robots. And also patent data, because these are really you'll see not many firms invest in robots, but even fewer on average invest in patents. So who are these techies? So in the data, so we're going to use similar data sources as Claire has used in the French administrative data set. We see the occupational titles of workers and virtually all workers in virtually all firms in France. And the data allow us to see what they're doing. Okay, so this is a loose slide, gives you a loose translation from the French into English of the occupational titles of these people. So you see the data allow us to clearly distinguish between people that are involved in R&D and people that are involved in IT. Okay, information, communication, and so on. And we're going to exploit this distinction between R&D and ICT in order to identify the different effects that these two types of investments at the firm level have on labor demand. So the contributions of the paper is, first of all, this new methodology to estimate firm-level nested CS production functions. So the first point is that we're moving away from Cobb-Douglas. But we're going to have to, the price for that is a little bit more of a structural approach to production functions. This will allow us, so we're going to have a nested CS. To our best of knowledge, we're the first to do this, to pull it off. Now we need to pay homage to the paper of Esther Ann Boller, who sets up a similar production structure, but never really estimates it. So what she does in that paper is really focuses on a relative demand equation and studies only the effect of R&D. So our approach is going to allow us to identify, for all the firms in the data set, Hicks neutral productivity and skill augmenting productivity. And I'm going to preempt the comment that will come from Jan. What we're going to do here is revenue TFP. So we're actually not taking a very strong stand on whether this is coming from quality differentiation, markups, or technical, let's call it technical efficiency. The second contribution is to determine the causal effect of R&D, ICT, exporting and importing on firm level variation in these two technology shifters. Okay. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first paper to really try to pull all these things together and kind of like make a horse race. Okay. The approach is going to have be a controlled Markov approach. This means controlling for lag productivities. I'll talk more about that when we get there. And the third part of the paper is to evaluate the quantitative importance of all this estimation for labor demand. And so we're going to study the effects on skilled and unskilled labor, the relative demand, and we're going to do this at the firm level, but also try to aggregate things up. So the main findings of the paper is, first of all, in terms of production function estimation, these are parameters that are interesting for not only for labor economists, but also for macroeconomists. So we have an elasticity of substitution here between capital, materials, and a labor aggregate, and this is on average 1.5. Okay, this is what we estimate. And in the lowerness, so within the labor aggregate, we estimate that skilled and unskilled labor are much more highly substitutable with each other, on average 2.9. Now, you're going to see parameter estimates that are going to vary across industries, but this pattern, this ranking of these elasticities is going to remain constant across all of our industries. Notably, we don't actually We don't force the data to do that, okay? We're going to find that firms that have more techies or import or export are going to see greater skill augmenting productivity, okay? So these are going to, these activities are going to contribute to firm productivity, but through a skill bias feature. Now, if you put that together with an elasticity that's greater than 1, then you get what people have been calling skill bias technological change ever since Berman, Bound, and Grilkes. And then we're going to find large effects on relative demand for skill. And one of the interesting findings is that while both ICT and R&D are affecting the skill bias technological change channel, we find that only ICT has this extra kick on Hicks neutral productivity shift. Okay, and that's going to give us this result in the end, that ICT is going to have a larger effect on relative demand for skill, and almost all of that extra kick is coming from firm composition. So once again, this is this is the third paper today that really highlights how changes in firm composition matter for what we see at the aggregate level compared to within firm changes. So, I wanted to expose what we have in mind when we're thinking about.
Ariel, can I just ask a clarification question?
Absolutely.
So the techies that you described, they're part of the labor force,
right?
So I'm just slightly confused. Are they also going to be part of labor demand, or are they going to be what you're thinking of as ICT or R&D? Because normally you measure ICT or R&D by, like the ICT capital stock using past expenditures of ICT, or R&D by expenditures of R&D. Are you going to use those as well, or you're going to use your techies instead of those?
So I think what you're asking is whether, when I say demand, shifts in demand for labor or relative demand, is that labor demand including techies or not? And the answer to that is no. So when I think about that, those people as expenditures in investment in technology enhancing activities.
But is your measure, I mean, that's half the answer, but is your measure of ICT techies, or is it also including the stuff you spend on, like, buying software?
No. It's only the techies. And to the extent that ICT capital is present in the firm, that will be captured in the aggregate capital stock for the firm.
Okay, but why don't you have that in the data, don't you? Why don't you use that?
Well, we don't have it.
Bought in. I guess we call it bought-in software rather than just in-house.
So Claire will tell you that kind of data doesn't exist in a comprehensive way for a lot of firms. And our approach is to really take virtually the entire French private sector into account. Okay.
Okay.
Or close to that. So the way we think about these techies, as these are people that are either creating new technologies, new products, new processes, or mediate, the adoption of technology. Now, there are several antecedents. I'll just go through this very quickly. There are these papers by Brynjolfsson, Heath, and Tambe that highlight the role of IT workers within the firm. We have a previous paper that highlights the role of techies and their association with job polarization. There are these two really interesting papers by Barth, Davis, Freeman, and Wang, and this other paper by Helper and Kwan, which is more of a case study that highlight the fact that most of these people, think about these as engineers for now, these people don't perform R&D, okay? This is also the case in our data, and yet they're positively associated with output level and output growth, which hints, while not really pinning down, it hints to the fact that they're really involved in adoption rather than invention. And so this theme is also exists in the economic history literature. The common denominator here, I guess, is Yoel Mokil. That in one of their papers, they really argued that the Industrial Revolution occurred in England, not in France, because England had this much greater supply of what is really apprentices, not even engineers, but these were not the inventors. So they argued that the inventor intensity on both sides of the channel or La Manche was not very different, but this supply of technically proficient people was the key determinant. By no means is this not incontroversial, but this is a line of research. There's another very interesting paper by Maloney and Valencia Caicedo, and I hope I pronounced it correctly, that associate engineer intensities in the Americas, but also in counties in the US in 1880, and how that predicts income today. So, there's a massive literature on ICT and technological change and so on. These are just, the headlines. Some of the people in the room, in the virtual room, have contributed to this literature. There's a literature that highlights the role of importing, offshoring, and how it affects productivity. And also a literature that talks about how the complementarity between exporting and investment in technology on skill bias. So we touch upon these things, and you'll see how we go about addressing. So to answer one of the questions that was posed to Claire, in fact, and it's the same thing in many of these analyses, if robots are so great, why isn't everybody using them? Okay. So in order to so this is really important in our data, because in fact we see that only 10% of the firms in the French private sector employ any significant amount of these techies. And so the kind of like the conceptual framework we have, it's really a toy model, is that you have firms that take demand curves as given, they have cost, initial productivity. Sorry, I need to move so that the light doesn't turn off on me. And they choose optimal investment in technology or in techies to maximize profits. And why you're going to do that? Because if you invest in techies in period T-1, you may have a chance to have higher productivity in the next period. The key assumption here in this equation is that this beta is positive and that it doesn't vary across firms. Okay, in fact, that's the theoretical analog to what we're actually estimating. Now, different firms are going to have different efficiencies of employing techies, and they're going to also have various fixed costs for implementing them. So these are, the adjustment costs. These are all of these things are taken into account in these two parameters. And so heterogeneating these firm level parameters can actually rationalize the heterogeneity, the extensive margin of tech employment, intensive margin, despite the fact that techies are good, right? And people that are familiar with trade models look at this and say, okay, yes, we know this.
So is there time for a little question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So I mean, before Claire told us that actually robots are very few. Okay, and so actually she had a slide showing that they account for 5% of automation. Now, in your case, these techies, I understood that they were inventors of all kinds of things. So they might be the ones that are doing the vaccines for COVID. They might be the ones that are designing the algorithm for Google. They might be the ones that are designing the shape of the iPhone. So it's a number of things that have nothing to do with the robots, but they have to do with biotech, which is becoming superstar, or a number of other big tech.
So these are really.
Just to finish, I wonder if you don't have this, how much are you missing? Because I think in your case it's important.
So to keep it really simple, at least for the ICT people, we know what they do. We have detailed descriptions of their roles in the firm. The R&D techies, and we're going to exclude all other techies. So for example, civil engineers, these are not in our techies measure, okay? We're talking about people that do R&D, and it's true that R&D in biotech is not the same as R&D in the textile industry, okay? Fair enough. But these are the two tasks, so to speak, that we are focusing on, okay? So So the implications of this model are kind of straightforward, right? You're not going to see techies when the fixed costs are high, when the efficiency is low. You're going to see more techies when they're more efficient. And you're also going to see more techies in more productive firms to begin with. And so, and in particular, the implication is that you're going to see be more likely to see techies when demand is large. And so that's kind of like what we find in the data. So what you have here is simple bivariate regressions with industry and year fixed effects that associate the prevalence of techies across firms with size, whether they export, whether they import, and the manager wage bill share. Okay. So all this is saying that you're going to find techies in larger and more skill-intensive firms. Okay. And that's going to come back at the end of the talk when we talk about the effects of techies. All right, so let's go into the methodological contribution. So we want to estimate productivity, and there's this old literature that tells us that, in fact, you can't identify biased technological change without structure. Okay, that's a general point. And that's why, going back to, Katz and Murphy, they posit a log linear process for, technology. But it turns out that you can overcome this problem by using this trick that's called normalization. And so what you do, you estimate, instead of naive production functions, you estimate what is called a normalized production function. So all the variables here, all that's happening really is that the variables are normalized by their geometric mean in the data. So which means that all the productivity measures that we get are relative to this hypothetical firm that is at the point of normalization, so to speak. And this trick is not only useful in identifying the biased technological change, so this omega S here, it turns out that this gives rise to superior estimation properties, okay, that I will not have time to talk about today. And so this is coming to John's question. What are our identification assumptions? Okay, so the first thing is that firms are not confused about their level of productivity. They know them when they choose inputs. Okay, and the implication is that they appear in first order necessary conditions. Okay, the second assumption is that techies and trade affect these productivity shifters with a lag, similar to investment. So everybody is comfortable with, the law of motion for capital. This is the same thing happening, except that the investment here is investment in techies or trade or importing activities. And the last assumption is that techies are excluded from L and S, from the skilled and unskilled labor. Okay, we don't have time, but we have an empirical test that rejects the notion that techies actually belong in production. Sorry, only in production. Let me be precise. So these firms are going to face demand, okay, and they're going to face within an industry. Everything is going to be done here by industry. Within an industry, firms face a demand curve, which is going to be estimated together with the rest of the production function, and that gives rise to a revenue equation, okay. And in the revenue equation, there's a revenue shock. So you can think about this as firms planning, right? Firms seeing their productivity, they plan their output, and then they put their output on the market, and then sometimes the price is higher than what they planned for. Okay, so that's essentially what's happening, or it can be lower. And this is the only thing that's unknown to the firm. So here's where normalization really comes to help, and also the assumption about the productivities being in the information set. So one of the key problems in a lot of data sets are that that expenditures on materials are observed, but not quantities and prices. So Claire has data on all that stuff. And that's why she's the queen of this data, but in most data sets it's not, And so Greco, Li, and Zhang find this way to substitute out the unobserved material quantity in real terms using first order necessary conditions. Okay, and that's the equation they use. And what we do, we're going to use a similar trick in order to substitute out of the production function the unobserved skilled labor services in efficiency units with the same kind of trick, substituting that with with unskilled labor and the ratio of expenditures. Okay. Now, normalization here helps because if you take the geometric means of these equations, you get really nice relationships for the distribution parameters. Okay. And with additional assumptions on returns to scale, you can actually pin down quite a bit of parameters even without estimating. And so at the end, we have these two estimating equations after going through a bunch of algebra. The first is the revenue function that you saw before. And after doing a lot of substitutions, it looks like this. And then you have the relative demand curve that looks like that. Okay, this is an equation that's familiar to a lot of people. And what we're going to jointly estimate these two equations by GMM, okay, under parameter restrictions that are necessary for normal production function properties. Okay, the key point here is that it needs to be jointly estimated because this parameter rho is it appears both in the relative demand curve, but also in the revenue function. Okay. This is exactly what Leon Ledesma tell us to do. They tell us in order to identify production functions, use both levels and first order necessary conditions. And so we're going to instrument for this relative wage. I don't have time to talk about it, but it's kind of straightforward.
Could you say one thing about it though? Because I mean this is the critical problem I always think with using this is that we don't typically have relative price variation, relative wage variation across firms.
Okay.
So often people rely on things like regional wage differences, which don't vary much. Obviously, that has not got much variation.
So here's what we do. Okay. The key problem, the key identification problem, is this omega s that appears in this equation, right? We want something that moves this guy without moving this guy, right? And so the instrument is uses industry wages by occupation. We have many occupations within S and within L, okay? And we're going to weight them using lagged shares of those occupations within each within S and L, okay? And so this is a valid instrument because this omega S is shifting around, is going to affect the total quantities of S and L. Okay.
What is that? What is S again?
Skilled labor, sorry. So this omega S, so this is the skill augmenting productivity shifter, it will affect both S and L in the quantities, but the endogenous part, or sorry, not the endogenous part, these employment weights within those within those broad classes of workers is not affected by omega S. Okay, so we can talk more about the instrumentation, but this is really only affecting this equation. Okay, it's going to be important for sure. But that's what it's doing.
I think what you're saying is using a Bartik instrument, using the lagged occupational shares interacted with the occupational wages change. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you should check all the You should check all the usual Bartik issues. Though.
Exactly. So let's compartmentalize that part. Thanks. And so after you estimate all the parameters here, you can solve for the distribution parameters using this equation that came from normalization and constant returns to scale. And after you do that, you back out productivities.
Ariel?
Yes.
How are you taking into account that omega is is an endogenous markup in the first line when you're estimating? Because I don't know this procedure, and maybe they do, but it seems important for me just to understand how you're doing that.
So, so can you precise the question exactly?
Well, so I imagine the first unnumbered equation, the top one, which is just kind of Kletter-Grillige's revenue, where it's not Cobb-Douglas, but it's sort of a CS. The U term contains omega, and omega itself is an endogenous process which has the T techie at T-1 in there.
Right.
Which, to identify all these parameters, you need to be able to control for that. That law of motion, which is not standard, so you cannot first difference this out with first differencing combined.
So Greco, Lee, and Zhang actually addressed this point, because this is really, I mean, part of the beauty of this estimator is you don't need to use the dynamic process. You don't need to use the controlled Markov process in order to identify productivities. We're not using any lags. Everything here is cross-section.
Right, but U contains omega, right? So
no,
how
U does not. No, so U does not contain omega. U is this this revenue.
That. So maybe I missed this. So where? So I understand there's a CS. I understand the production, but so where? How come? Maybe simple question. How come omega doesn't show up in the revenue equation?
So it's substituted out. So I didn't go through all the algebra, but
no, but I don't need the algebra. Just the economics is fine. Just tell me where. How come the omega is not there? Because that's sort of intriguing to me.
Because what you have here really is, everything here is in logs, right? So what you have here is kind of like the quantity equivalent. Not quite, okay? But think about this thing as quantity.
Sure.
And how does quantity affect, however you produce that quantity, okay? Mm-hmm. How does quantity affect revenue? Through this elasticity.
Right, but you're still gonna get revenues. Sorry to stop you here, but revenue, I just want to understand, is P times Q. You put in a demand curve, so that's easy, you get the eta. But quantity is now a function of stuff that you observe, which are all the E's and the K's. Right. And then known parameters, but there's still an unobservable omega, which for two firms with the same K, N, and E will still give you different quantity there for revenue. And I don't see how that's substituted out.
That's right. You didn't see it, okay. But that's exactly what Greco, Lee, and Zhang do. They substitute it out
with some assumption on behavior of the firm, or
exactly. So the assumption is really, as I said before,
sorry if I make you repeat it.
That when you produce stuff, right? Here's Q, okay? Mm-hmm. Q is what's hitting the demand curve.
Yeah.
If you could use observables to compute Q up to that revenue shifter, the U, then that includes omega H. Now that's a really hand wavy and shortcut answer to your question, but we can let's postpone the discussion. So
okay. Thanks, Ariel.
Okay. So since I'm a little bit slow here, so let me go quickly. Let me just make sure that we all understand that we estimate all the parameters of the production function. There's some details about that. And once you get that, you estimate, you back out essentially the omega H and omega S, okay? Now, in this framework, there are two important elasticities. One is the elasticity of labor demand with respect to Higgs neutral shifts. And that's a standard thing, right? It's the demand elasticity -1. Why -1? Because you can do more with fewer inputs. So there's a factor saving effect, but there's also since your costs have gone down, you move down the demand curve. So that's simple. But when you talk about the bias component, here things are more complicated, okay? And so there are three objects that can have different values. One is what we call the N channel, okay? So this is what happens to demand for labor when omega S increases through the cost saving of labor. Okay, you save costs of labor, so that's represented by the minus sigma, and then you have this eta thing that's doing the same thing as the Higgs neutral part. Then there's the sorry, that I was pointing to this, but it's this part. Then there's the within N channel. So this is what happens because you're saving costs on skilled labor directly, not necessarily on unskilled labor. And so the cost saving, so the efficiency gain using fewer inputs is represented by this elasticity. This should actually be the phi that we got from before. That's a typo. And you should think about this sigma here as kind of like taking the role of the demand, except that this is a demand curve for labor more generally, okay? And then you have the third component that hits only skilled labor. This is a direct substitution effect, okay? And so what this equation tells you is that skill augmenting technological change may raise or lower the demand for L as well as for S, okay? There's nothing here that forces demand for either factor to increase, but as long as this phi is greater than 1, skill augmenting technological change will raise skill intensity, okay? So we're going to address all of these three possibilities. So here's a control markup. We're going to estimate how techies affect these two productivity shifters by controlling for lagged productivities, okay? Firm age, revenue, industry near fixed effects. We're going to bootstrap standard errors, and paying homage to Jan, what one of the insights from the paper, from the 2013 paper, also Doroshansky and Jamandrew, is that lag productivity is controlling for selection, okay, in particular selection into these activities, and so the betas that we get, so the coefficients that we get are causal effects for treated firms without actually having to address why they were treated, okay?
Can I just make, Ariel, the point I was making before here on this? This is kind of what worries me a bit. So, techies are like, think about ICT, these are your ICT employees. But the firms which have a lot of ICT employees probably also spend a lot on ICT, on bought-in software. And that won't be fully controlled by the capital stock because it has a different depreciation rate. So that's like, I think bought-in ICT is an omitted variable, which could be easily driving the coefficient that you have on your techies.
Fair enough. So I think it's fair to say, so it's not like we're trying to say that that amount of expenditure only on software engineers will give you that amount of productivity, right? That would be a purist approach. What you're saying is that, the expenditure on software engineers is correlated with unobserved composition of the capital stock, okay? And that will, in some sense, bias our estimators, perhaps upwards. But
yeah, so I mean, in some senses, that's not, it's kind of, you could say, well, that's okay because it's still an effect on omega, but it may not be an effect on omega. It may just be part of the production function, part of K, which and you're not measuring K properly, and it's
right. So let me just give you the kind of like the flip side. All you people that use ICT expenditure, you're not taking into account the salaries of the engineers, right?
Oh, but we are. So the standard way that you measure the ICT capital stock is a mixture of the stuff you spend, that's kind of the bought-in bit, plus the own account software, which is what you're calling techies. So if you look at all the work on Carol Carrado and everybody else, that is the way that it's measured actually in the national accounts as well. It's a mixture of the techie thing plus the bought-in stuff and appropriately depreciated. It's hard to measure it, so definitely it's not perfect, but that's the conventional, neoclassical way of doing intangible capital.
So we'll have to take a look at those references. Thanks a lot. To the extent that the wages of these engineers are measured in the Corrado measures of intangibles, that would probably be perhaps a better measure. Okay, so very quickly on data so that we can actually see some results. So we're going to use the French administrative data. So the backbone of this is called the DADS. We have labor inputs detailed by occupation for all these firms. There are going to be these three classes of workers, S, L, and the techies, okay? We have balance sheet data that give us revenues, materials expenditures, and we use the Atkinson-Merez methodology to compute capital stocks. We're going to have indicators for imports and exports from the French customs. Everything is merged by this firm level identifier, and the match is pretty good. The sample is going to be 2009 to 2013. We're going to have 14 industries in our data set. So first of all, here are the production function estimates, okay? So, there are a lot of numbers, and I don't expect anyone to really digest all of it. But one thing that you can look at is these elasticities. So here's the 1.5, the 2.9, and the 6.7 that you saw at the beginning of the talk, okay? Everything here is incredibly precisely estimated because we're really using the cross-section to identify things. All of these elasticities are statistically significant, and they're different from 1. Even this 107 here, we have so much precision that we can easily reject that this elasticity is equal to 1. That's kind of important because the entire methodology relies on this substitution trick that can only happen when that elasticity is not 1. Okay, and so you have this ranking of the upperness, lowerness, and demand elasticities. Okay. Also, not in the table, the sigma elasticities and the phi's are statistically significantly different one from the other in all industries. All industries except this one, where it's not statistically significant at standard levels. Okay. And so when we move, so we use the production functions, we extract the omegas, and we regress them in this controlled Markov process on techies, exporting and importing, okay? Together with all these other controls, okay? And so what are the results? The results are that techies, so maybe we would start with skill augmenting, techies, exporting and importing have positive effects on skill augmentation, okay? Techies as a whole doesn't have, at least statistically well precisely estimated, effect on the Higgs neutral component. Okay. However, when we split the techies into ICT and R&D techies, we get we see that this average of 0.45 is actually a 0 and 0.9, and the 0.9 is assigned to the ICT techies. Okay, the split virtually doesn't affect the exporting and importing coefficients. Okay, in the current state of the draft, we also split the import part into low income, mid income countries, inputs, intermediate inputs, and other stuff. And the takeaway message is that low income importing from low income countries is driving this big coefficient. High income countries don't have quite as big an effect. All right, so what do we do with all that, all the production function estimates and the control Markov? We want to quantify what we get, okay? And so we're going to use the control Markov coefficients to compute long-run effects. So this is essentially either you do linear algebra or you iterate forward to infinity, okay? So then you get the long-run coefficients, not reported in this table. The autocorrelation terms here of omega h on omega h and omega s on omega s are large. They're on the order of magnitude of 0.85. And so you use those the equation to compute a cross-sectional long-run effect of differences across firms associated with their investments in techies or importing or exporting. In order to quantify that, so that will give you effects on productivities, on omega S and omega H. In order to quantify that, we're going to use the average elasticities that we estimated in cost shares in those labor demand equations that we saw before. And so we see that if you compare a firm at the 75th percentile of techies to a firm that has none, 75th percentile on the positive support of techies, okay? You see that that firm has a 25% higher employment of skilled labor, but unskilled labor is virtually unchanged. So on average, what happens is that this within N channel and the overall N channel cancel out for the average firm, for the average industry, okay? Similarly, we get a similar effect of firms that export or import on this demand for skill. And again, the result on unskilled labor is the same because it's just multiplying the same elasticities. Importing has a smaller effect on demand for skill. The reason we get this zero effect on unskilled labor is because there are two things happening, right? These two channels cancel out. But this is, maybe I have a little bit of time to, no, I don't have, well, I'll go through this table very quickly. There's variation across industries in this respect. So if you look at the labor, focus first only on the first column, this is the demand elasticity for L with respect to omega S. And you can see that, it's very negative for some industries, okay? And those are either industries with small demand elasticities or where labor is really an unimportant part of their cost structure, okay? But it's also sometimes very positive. And so in particular in manufacturing, you see that unskilled labor can actually gain from technologies that are shifting demand for unskilled labor more, okay, through the cost saving effects. And this is a theme that comes in several of these papers on robotization, automation, and so on. And so another quantification that we do, that I don't have time to go into all of the details, but think about taking all the parameters of our that we've estimated and applying them to data from 2009 to 2013. So actually plugging in what firms have actually estimated, what they actually invested in technology and techies and importing and exporting, and just rolling that forward and seeing what will be the demand, the relative demand shift for skilled labor, okay? And so in the data, the share of workers in employment, not in wage bill, increases by 2 percentage points, okay? In our short sample, okay? And this aggregation simulation exercise tells us that techies increase, overall techies increase this relative demand by 0.3 percentage points, importing and exporting by 0.2 and 0.4. But if you only focus on the ICT techies, it's more than the actual change in the data. It's a very, very large effect. And this is uniquely due to the large effect on omega H. So ICT techies, we estimate, have a direct effect on Higgs neutral productivity. That has a big effect on firm scale. The firms that are doing this kind of investment are, in fact, bigger firms that are, more skill intensive to begin with. And so that's how these investments have such a big effect on demand for skill for ICT, okay? The last point is kind of like a smell test, which is to say, we did this, according to John, controversial, or maybe also Jan, controversial nested CS estimation. Let's do something simpler, okay? And see what we get. So we're going to take the original GLZ setup. Labor here is just an aggregate of labor. So we add up skilled and unskilled labor. There's no skill augmentation. we get only one estimating equation. Notice there's one parameter less in this equation. And what you get from this is that their elasticity of substitution across labor, materials, and capital lies between the two elasticities that we get. That kind of makes sense. But more interesting is what you get when you compare the controlled Markov estimates. Okay, so here's the effect that you would get in a controlled Markov for techies. Okay, for example, techies exporting and importing for omega h. And so you would get the techies effect Higgs neutral productivity. We get that this effect is not very different, but it's not precisely estimated. On the other hand, well, maybe in a similar vein, the coefficient of importing is also not well estimated. Okay, so you get a different conclusion on the differential roles of techies exporting and importing on omega h. Okay, it's more apparent when you split techies to ICT and R&D. So when you do that, three-factor GLZ will tell you R&D techies have an effect on omega h, but we will tell you no, they don't. All the effect that they have on productivity is really only happening through the omega s. In other words, we release a constraint and we get additional information. So let me just conclude on this. What I would like you to take away from this talk. So it's the first paper to jointly evaluate these effects of R&D, ICT, exporting, and importing channels at the firm level that we are aware of. We develop a new methodology to do this nested CS production function. It gives us Higgs neutral and skill augmenting productivity, and we introduce this novel source of firm variation, which is the techies, which allows us to disentangle on an even footing, or perhaps not, this ICT and R&D. So the findings are that these activities affect skill bias, affect demand for labor through skill bias technological change. It turns out that according to our estimation, only the ICT techies have a direct effect on firm size through the Higgs neutral component, but R&D does not. We get this large relative demand shift for ICT that is driven by these big firms, because these are the firms that are doing the ICT investment, and these are the firms that were skill intensive at the get-go. Okay. For the people that are interested in whether technological change hurts or helps unskilled labor, the fact that we get these big elasticities of demand relative to elasticities of substitution implies that there's hope for unskilled labor, at least not to reduce the demand for their labor services. And if you believe our identification, this tells you that these techies are important either for innovation or for technology adoption. And with with a lot of caution, this may have implications for education policy. For example, maybe you want to invest in engineers that have basic technical skills. Maybe you don't need to invest that much in inventors, because these engineers can adapt those technologies to the firms they work in. And I'll finish on that point.
Thanks, Hayat, for this nice talk. And we are right on time, actually. Is there a couple of questions, Jan? Yeah. Esther. So Esther first, and then Jan.
Okay, nice. Sorry, Jan. So I think I want to come back a little bit to my previous point, because it wasn't a criticism. It was actually, I think that your effects might be even magnified if you look at other type of techies. Because so I do agree that if we look at it from the point of view of countries like France, Italy, or Germany, where the biggest, the top 5 are probably manufacturing, and so they are very robotized. That I agree. But given that, much of the world is moving toward really intangible with no plans. And so again, I mentioned before the biotech. If you look worldwide now, the superstars are those, I mean, it's Moderna, it's Pfizer, is like Google, Amazon. And so those are mainly firms that don't use robots and probably very little engineers. And I mean, they use, but they do have techies that you might want to include in your data sample, to add on your engineers. So not to substitute, to add, and those effects might be magnified. The other thing I want to say is, I think we should not really forget, I mean, so the second thing is, I mean, like John's previous work told us that, you know, there is polarization. So we can automate the blue collar, but not, you know, the tomato pickers, and not, you know, the one that invents the vaccine of COVID. The third thing was related, but I forgot it.
Okay, Jan, you wanna add?
Given that you're selling this paper as a how-to-do paper, I mean, it says on your first bullet, right, a new methodology, and I'm just trying to understand it. It seems to me that because you're essentially using CS demand, and I think you're also using monopolistic competition, not explicitly, but I think in the way you're solving the model, that means that you're going to have constant markups and you're going to have complete pass-through. And I think the reason you can get away with all of this is because when you project revenue onto like this complicated function of expenditure, essentially the markup term is a constant and everything is out, and you don't have any issue in the identification anymore, right? And then if you think about these firms that are engaged in these activities, you would think that these guys are I mean, first of all, constant markups is rejected in the data, but I'm fine as a matter of abstraction. But then the pass-through is also rejected in the data. And if you think of sort of these guys that we have in mind that are hiring these techies, are presumably not the firms that are sort of in that, you know, in that monopolistic competition CS framework. I'm fine with assuming it. I would argue that if you need that, I think it should be on a slide so we can evaluate what it is precisely that you need, and then we can make up our own minds as whether we like it or not, right? Because I do think this is an important set of challenges, but I also appreciate the economics that you're bringing in. And then second, when I was holding up during the talk, what I was trying to figure out is why Omega disappears, and I think I figured it out, is precisely because you're imposing this marginal rate of textual substitution first order condition to hold such that you can substitute out and productivity is out of that revenue. But again, that's a ton of assumptions related to labor market rigidities that are not there, to adjustment costs. And again, I'm fine, but in the context of France, I always, like if there's one country in the world where you don't want to impose a flexible labor market with no rigidities, that's probably the one, right? And so you want to give us a sense of when does it break down? I think it would help your paper if you were to tell us when it doesn't work. It's going to be easier to understand when it does work, right? You see what I mean? But I mean, these are just sort of comments that, you know, free disposal, right? But just reactions more than anything critical.
So Farid, should I reply so that we can get time for John?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Okay. So I think that Jan, you're exactly right in terms of, you know, the reason we can substitute this out is indeed using these first order necessary conditions. And, you know, I think that there's a little bit of misconception about the rigidities in, you know, French labor markets. There is a dual labor market structure. It's difficult to fire. The question is whether on the margin are firms that constrained. You know, I would say that at least the big firms aren't. But clearly we should state that clearly, and actually in the draft we do. So in the presentation, I didn't have time to go into that, but in the draft we even try to, we talk about, you know, the share of these temporary workers and so on. So it's well acknowledged. Now, to be more precise, we're not actually, we are not assuming monopolistic competition. We're assuming that firms face a demand curve, okay? And one way to interpret what we're doing is that there is a constant markup, but it's it's the constant average markup for the industry, right? And so what happens in the data is that if you have actually a good, or in the data, you can actually observe different firms having different markups due to their omega H, because indeed this omega H is it's identified off of revenue TFP, so it actually includes all that good stuff. So I think that what really helped me think about this is your own paper with Goldberg. It's really profitability. That's what's going on, and so I think that.
But technically, when you say a firm faces the demand curve, that means it's monopolistic competitive, because if it were any form of strategic interaction, it would be a residual demand curve. I need everybody else. So I think formally this doesn't fly unless I miss something. Maybe there's some other conditions that you're using in order to project revenue on the market level demand, which is fine, right? I mean, this paper is not about nailing one particular thing, but it just helps to see when it works and what it is you need, given that you.
Fair enough.
Right?
Fair enough.
Okay. But I made my point. So.
Yeah, thanks. To the other points, this thing about Moderna, if we were doing an IO paper, then we would look at pharmaceuticals, and our measure of techies would be maybe these general R&D plus the intensity of chemical engineers, because we actually observe those in the data, right? We actually know which engineers and which technicians are working in the labs, okay? And so, but we want it to be more parsimonious, and that's why we don't do that. This point about polarization, I think, the more I think, and the more papers I see about polarization is really skill-based technological change in equilibrium, in a labor market equilibrium. People want to see this direct effect within an economic unit on the middle range, and that's actually not what most people estimate. Most people estimate skill-based technological change, and if this is and it's pushing people towards the low skill jobs, and so I think that John would probably agree with that, but at least that's my take on the topic. But thanks. These are all comments that we will integrate into future versions of the draft.
Okay, I suggest thank you, Ariel. I suggest we Jan and Esther also for the questions and comments. I'll suggest we stop for a couple of minutes, and then John will be the last presenter and present the paper on the impact of regulation on innovation.
Okay. How long is a couple of minutes? Have I got time to go and make a coffee? 10 minutes.
Yeah,
10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Really make my coffee. That's good.
So,
10 minutes is good.
We start at 6 again, or at 5 to 6? It's important. 3-minute time.
I have 7 to 6 now. 7. Yeah. We start at what do we have? 7.
So that it's civilized.
Huh?
Let's do 6.
Let's do 6. Yeah.
6 is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do 6.
6. Okay.
A lot.
Okay, my
So John, you're changing technology, right?
I'm putting my speakers on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's just that my daughter will come back from school at some point and the doorbell will go and then the dog will start barking. The chaos will erupt. So it's probably better if I put these on. Great. Check my screen.
Speaking of daughters, Farid, apologies for not being there last hour, but I had to pick up my daughter from school.
Wow.
Very good excuse.
Oh, there is mine will come soon too. So at 6 actually. So, but the mic will be off.
Right. Can you see my screen, by the way?
Yes, very good.
Good.
John, do you mind if to send us the reference where about those papers that are just like averaging ICT, let's put it like this, ICT capital and wage bill?
Yeah, so no, I will do. Remind me if I forget. I mean, the main, well, I mean, you know, I would look at, say, Carol Carrada, the classic references,
yes,
Altman,
okay.
Carrada, and somebody else whose name I forget now.
Halton.
Halton. No, the Halton. No, it's Carrada, Halton, but somebody else as well.
Yeah.
S begins with an S anyway. But so they started off the literature, and then that's continued through with people like Jonathan Haskell. So it's a very kind of macro industry based type of literature, but you know, that's the way they work out intangible capital. So they have if you look at the way that they measure intangible capital, a typical bit of intangible capital, take ICT, is a mixture of the stuff that you buy, the big software, the bought-in software. So you know what you spend on Microsoft Office and SAP, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Plus the stuff that you develop in-house because of the they call it own account software. So that will be the people, your techies. That's basically the payroll of your techies.
Yeah.
So they have to make some assumptions over how many techies you have and how long they're working on producing the software. So that, and the sum of those is the flow of, say, software investments, and then you depreciate that to make a capital stock. Right. And you do that, actually, that's exactly the same methodology that you would use, say, for advertising. So think about advertising, you pay Mad Men on, on 7th Avenue, Madison Avenue to do your marketing. But then you have in-house people as well who are also doing your marketing work. So your total flow of spending on marketing is going to be that. And then your stock of marketing will be the depreciated,
Right.
So
I've seen this being done for marketing, but only at industry level.
Yeah, it's hard to do at firm level because you have to do at the firm level, you need to have richer data like you have to make some assumptions about the fraction of the workforce and the payroll who are involved in these activities. So sometimes you may have that, like with employer-employee match data, a bit like what you have, which is great. Sometimes you don't, and you have to make some assumption using industry level measures. I think other people do that. So I think in the US, for example, the surveys of ICT that they've done, which are attached to the ASM since I can't remember, mid 2000s, they have that mix. They try and get both the bought-in and the own account element to it. But prior to that, you have to make some assumptions in order to make but that would be that's the kind of standard practice now. Now, of course, it is it's much harder to do that, as you say, at the firm level. So your paper's nice trying to do that. So I mean, one way of trying to tackle what you have in your paper, if you don't observe it, is to use some industry measure in order to calculate how big the bias could possibly be, or there's a subset, I think, of the data that you have, Claire knows this better than I do, which does have some of this software information. So that would be a way. So you could assess whether there's a bias, and you could argue that, for example, the bias may not be that big or it may matter. So that's probably how I would tackle it. Because I'm totally sympathetic to your view that you haven't got all the data you could possibly want. So just you've got to do what you do the best you can with the data that you have.
Thanks.
But yeah, I'll send you the references if I forget, just ping me and I'll make sure I rectify that.
So it's 6. So let's start again. John, thank you very much for accepting to be with us today and to speak so late. So I'm really happy to have you on in this webinar. So this is a new paper on the impact of regulation and on innovation. So the floor is yours for 50 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And thank you for those of you who've stayed on till the end. I've been checking whether the participant numbers, I'm teaching my PhD labor course tomorrow afternoon. And I have 15 students. I was wondering whether the number of participants might dip below 15. I think we're above that. So that's more than my PhD class. So that's good. Anyway, so yeah, I'm delighted to present this relatively new paper, but it's we've been thinking about this for a while. It's joint work with Philippe Aguillon and Antonin Bejeau at the Collège de France and Banque de France, and it's on the impact of regulation on innovation. And this very much builds on work with Claire Lalage from our 2016 paper in the AER, which was also looking at the impact of regulation on productivity and welfare in France, using the same regulations I'm going to look at. And the question which kept coming up for many people, including Philippe, was that the approach that we did was a very static approach. We kind of took productivity as kind of given. And of course, the question is, well, do these regulations affect endogenously what productivity firms have? Does the regulation affect innovation, and therefore the innovation endogenously change productivity? And we kind of always punted a bit on that question because it's not an easy question. But this paper really is like an attempt to try and go beyond that. So it's really very much building on the work that we did with Claire a few years ago, which I'll talk about. So the of course, it's a very long-standing question. How does regulation affect economic performance? In particular, does it inhibit innovation? If you read newspapers or The Economist or any magazine or listen to people talking on the TV, one of the first things you hear about regulation is how it creates red tape, and this can stifle the generation of kind of new ideas and the incentives to invest in innovation. But despite hearing this a lot in the kind of media, there's actually when we looked around, not many rigorous kind of economic frameworks to really address this question in a very satisfactory way. So what we try and do in this paper is we kind of develop a kind of framework to actually look at this question. And we think this can be used in lots of different contexts. We're going to apply it to a particular context, the French labor regulation. But we think this is a much more general type of framework. It's going to have heterogeneous firms, so with firms of different productivity. It's going to be a micro-macro paper, so we'll have a micro foundation, estimate on microdata, but we're also going to aggregate this so we can say something about the macroeconomic consequences, look at counterfactuals, look at welfare, in this framework. And a key element of this is we have endogenous research and development, and we're going to look at how regulation affects the distribution of firm size, like we looked at in the earlier paper with Claire, but also look at how it affects innovation, look at how those evolve jointly and how those are both affected when we think about different levels of regulation. So, the context is going to be French employment protection laws. This is brought up in the last talk. France has, this is measures from the OECD in terms of the kind of strength, the toughness of employment protection laws. And you can see France comes like, top of the world, and maybe joint top with maybe Belgium in terms of the toughness of its employment protection laws. And, many people have said, well, these may be one of the factors causing some economic problems in France, but of course it's very difficult to know because many institutions like the OECD or the IMF and some researchers correlate these measures of the toughness of policies, these indices, with different economic outcomes. Some people even look at changes of these over time on changes of economic outcomes. But it's very difficult to disentangle those macroeconomic changes from many other things which are happening at the same time. So, maybe the policies change in response to economic changes, or maybe there's a third factor which is correlated with the changes of economic policy, change of government and change of outcomes. So, really, we think to disentangle this, you have to actually go to more microdata to get variation in how these vary within the country. And I think it's very important because there were many attempts to do reforms around labor laws, especially in Europe. And the question is, well, these are often difficult to do politically, and what is the benefit of this? Do you really, how much of the benefits, both in terms of the static productivity gains, the dynamic gains, are they big enough to justify some of the changes? Because we know when we try and make changes, often those encounter resistance, as some pictures from France over the years demonstrate that reform is not easy. So if you want to do reform and pay the political cost for that, what are the potential benefits economically of trying to make those reforms? So the nice thing about the kind of the regulations in France on labor, and this is very common to regulations all over the world, is that they tend to be size dependent. So smaller firms are often let off and have weaker regulations than larger firms do. And this continuity, these thresholds, can be very useful for empirically identifying the impacts of these different regulations. So in France, in particular, if you look at what happens when you get to 50 employees in France, you get a lot of labor regulations start to affect you. So you have to create a works council, a committee d'entreprise. You have to offer union representation, profit sharing schemes. You have to spend a certain amount of revenue on worker training. If you want to collect dismissals, it becomes a lot more complicated. So there's as we showed in the paper with Claire, there's a bundle of these things which hit firms when they're 50. And if you look at the firm size distribution, and this again is taken from the kind of paper with Claire in the AER, this just lines up the size of firms ranked by employment from 1 all the way up to 1,000 in this case, and this is the number of firms. This is like the well-known power law of firm size. You see this power law just in every country that people have looked at. There's even a whole subfield of economics called econophysics, which seems to be obsessed with these size law, these kind of firm size laws. So you see this this is in logs on both axes. So you see a kind of a log linear relationship, this kind of power law relationship, but it's a kind of broken power law in France. So in particular, you see when you get to 50, you get this kind of bunching of firms just below the kind of 50 threshold, and also a shift downwards in the density. So the kind of there's a kind of a shift downwards in the number of firms after the threshold. There's also a bit around 10 employees. There's another set of regulations which come around 10 employees as well. So this immediately suggests that this is having some effect on firms, that maybe some firms are trying to avoid the regulation by staying small, and even if they cross the threshold, they are smaller than they would be were it not for the regulation. And if you compared this with other countries like the United States, then you don't see this kind of broken power law. You don't see this, and you see a much more smooth and about the transposition of the firm size distribution. So this is one, fact in the data. Many people documented this, not just us. It's kind of, one of the things we're going to look at, but we want to kind of go a little bit beyond that. As I said in the introduction, we want to think about whether or not this also has an effect on innovation. So we're going to think about this. I'll give you the simple theory, and we're going to think about this regulation as a kind of tax on firms when they cross this threshold. And we're going to show that this does seem to have an effect, both by looking in a kind of static non-parametric analysis. I'll just show you straight out of the box. If you look at the relationship between innovation and firm size, then we see that there's a kind of valley just before the threshold that innovation seems to fall. And then also the whole shape of the relationship changes. It's a kind of fall of the gradient after that threshold. And then we'll also show you some dynamic analysis, more parametric type of analysis, where we'll be exploiting instruments for market size. So market, a wide class of models of innovation suggests that if your market size increases, you will want to invest more in innovation because you can kind of spread the cost of R&D over a larger base. So that's been shown in many papers. We'll see it here. But the way we're going to use these kind of exogenous shocks coming from the export market to market size is we're going to look to see whether or not the impact of those shocks changes just before that regulatory threshold. So how does the threshold actually change the response? Just wait 1 second. How does the responsiveness of innovation change to those type of shocks? I will show you that lines up with the model quite nicely. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. Just a curiosity. So a lot of American firms, I mean, there are papers on that. I mean, I have data as well, but there are other papers as well document that many firms that are innovating highly, they actually have headquarters somewhere else in Ireland, Luxembourg, Cayman, and so on and so forth. And the reason is precisely to escape regulation. So, I mean, so this profit shifting seems to be actually quite large at macro level. So I wonder why, I mean, you see any like this in the French data, or why are they staying in France if they are subject to this?
Why do any firms stay in France? Well, I think that
I see it's a rhetoric question.
I mean, I'm sure my French colleagues would be very upset by that question. Yeah, I mean, there are costs and benefits. So, as we saw from the previous paper, there's a lot of very highly skilled people in France. There's, there are costs of moving your kind of headquarters out of your own country. These, you have to kind of, produce somewhere, and even if your headquarters are based out of the country, so say you were I don't know, a foreign multinational like Pfizer and you were in France, you still have to obey these regulations. So just because your headquarters is not in France, it doesn't mean you escape these regulations. If you produce anything in France with employees, you have to still obey these regulations. So
may I add something to that,
John?
Sure. There are also the regulations that play a huge role for those innovating firms in France. Those are patent regulations, and there are patent boxes, and they may even cover fully the cost of those labor regulation for some firms.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of different policies which affect innovation. So there's tax policies like the R&D tax credit and the patent box. There are, one of the reasons you move your headquarters is to avoid taxes. But the identification we're going to use is like something which is focused of firms around this regulatory threshold. So, those type of policies like the patent box my understanding is, don't hit exactly for firms with 50 employees. They're based on other kinds of criteria. So, I mean, those may be important things as well, but I don't think that's a kind of threat to the kind of identification strategy we're going to use here. But certainly they're important. I mean, I've of course looked at taxes in much of my other work. I certainly do believe tax. But the patent box is a disaster, by the way. Don't get me started on that. Anyway, so okay, so we're going to set this kind of framework up. We're going to look at these two types of static and dynamic analysis, and I'm going to show you or try to convince you that the data seems to be consistent with some of the qualitative predictions of the theory that I'm going to show you. But then we're going to try and go beyond that and actually try and structurally quantify the model parameters. So actually take the structure of the model seriously, look at what the implications are for aggregate innovation by trying to quantify some of the parameters of the model, and then calculate what the aggregate loss of innovation is. And the exact numbers will differ depending on the assumptions, but we're going to find something like a 5% fall of aggregate innovation. So, this maps directly into growth. So you can think of this as comparing an unregulated to a regulated economy. This will be a fall of the growth rate, say from 2% to 1.9%. So about a 5%, fall of the growth rate. So, that's non-trivial. To me, that seems like a non-trivial type of effect. We can also decompose this aggregate effect into different components. So one of the components, the biggest components, is that doing a kind of a counterfactual shift share analysis like Jan and Claire were doing related to that, we can show that the majority of this effect is due to less innovation per firm. So, you know, holding the firm size distribution constant, but just looking at how the regulation affects the innovation per firm. But we also get about a fifth of the effect coming from misallocation. So in other words, like the earlier paper, we find that there's a shift in the firm size distribution. So we have a lot more smaller firms than we would have without the regulation. And we also have less entry. And that accounts for about a fifth of the overall magnitude of the effect. We then actually can calculate welfare, so we show how our framework can enable you to look at welfare. And of course, welfare is not just innovation, because there's a benefit for relaxing the regulation by getting more innovation, but there's a cost because you're doing more research and development. So you have to take into account other kinds of factors. But even when we calculate the welfare loss, we find a lower bound for the welfare loss of about kind of 2%. So you should think about this as in addition to the kind of static welfare losses that we identified in the kind of paper with Claire and Louise. So it does seem to be, I think, at the end of the day, these things do matter. Lots of caveats to that, which we'll get on to. I think that one of the caveats we can talk about at the end is that there may be other benefits of the regulation in terms of worker assurance, other things which we're not saying. We're kind of saying, if you're thinking of introducing the regulation, whatever the benefits are, these are the potential ways you can think about the costs. And another big caveat is that we show that the main effects come from reducing incremental innovations. So we also show an extension to the theory, if I have time, which I'll talk about, where we allow for different types of R&D and different types of innovation. So particularly, we think about, you could invest in kind of more radical innovation compared to more incremental innovation. And we show that, basically, in that context of that model, which is consistent with the data, if you are going to innovate and you're near the threshold, then you want to innovate big. You don't want to have a small innovation which just takes you from being, say, 9 employees to 52 employees, because then you get all this cost of regulation. So if you are going to innovate, you really want to, as Americans say, swing for the fence, try and go big or go home. And so that the implication of that is that the regulation deters some of the incremental innovation, but doesn't have much of an effect on the radical innovation. So that's the kind of that's a more positive message in the sense that although the regulation has this negative effect, it's mainly on the smaller innovations rather than on the big innovations. So that's the kind of story. I think given yeah, sure.
Ask how often do small firms do this breakthrough innovation? So in other words, isn't your finding to be expected simply because smaller firms only do incremental innovation?
Well, it's actually the opposite, because there's a series of paper by Aggregate and Care, which is on US data, but this has been replicated in other countries, which actually show that smaller firms disproportionately do more radical innovation, especially younger firms. So although there is a lower amount of, say, patenting, small firms do less patenting than the big firms, the mixture of the patenting for small firms is often more heavily weighted to the more radical stuff than the incremental stuff. So I think it's not simply that. And of course, the identification, as I said before, was around the kind of discontinuity rather than the whole distribution. So I think that's a useful reason for looking at not just the big firms, but also some of the medium-sized firms as we look at here. Thanks, Beata.
But then it would be nice to distinguish between young small firms and just small firms.
Yes, we thought about that. I mean, the age is a tricky thing to determine in firms because you have this M&A activity. So we thought about that. Maybe we should do more on that. We've discussed that. I mean, the problem is, like, if you look in the data when two firms merge, then the age of the firm gets reset in the data. So to do it properly, you have to kind of go back through the whole history of M&A. Maybe we should do that. We haven't done that. Okay, so there's a reasonable literature on this. There isn't that much work on innovation per se. I mentioned a couple of the papers here. The closest paper to what we do is this Mukiyama paper in the AJ. So they also have a kind of innovation kind of regulation framework, but that's purely on macro data. So I guess one of the things we try and add to the party here is to actually bring in microdata to to the story. There's a bigger literature looking at labor laws, technology adoption, and productivity. So I mentioned a few of the very nice papers here. Some people may be on the call. Of course, the difference between what we're doing and the adoption things, we're looking at dynamics. So this is we're looking at the kind of generation of new innovations rather than the adoption of them or the kind of productivity changes. We also relate obviously to this literature on market size innovation. That's going to be our IV. This kind of wider growing macro literature on firm distortions, size related distortions, and the identification, because it's using these kind of size dependency, is also very much related to the kind of modern public finance literature using these kind of tax thresholds, which are used a lot in more recent papers. Okay, so let's talk about some of the basic data. So this is going to be the FICUS data, which is the universe of French firms between 1994 and 2007, mandatory fiscal returns. We're going to match that to PatStat, which covers all patents and the 80 major patent offices around the world, EPO, JPO, USPTO, and so on. We match this to French firms using a machine learning algorithm that Matthias Lecoin has developed. So the patent here is dated by application, and it's by priority application. So if you have an innovation, then often you take out a patent in multiple different jurisdictions, and we don't want to double count those innovations. So we just use the priority, which is the first filing. So we're not double counting the patent depending if you took the innovation out in lots of different countries. We also match this to customs data. So we match this to the universe of all exports with origin, destination, product, country code. So we know at the HS6 level, which is quite disaggregated by country, all the exports and all the imports coming to all our firms from 1994 and 2012. And then we match that to UN Comtrade data, which has information on kind of imports and exports to construct our instrument, as I'll describe later on. So here's the first,
Can I briefly just come back one moment to my previous question? Because I think what I was trying to say is that not only regulation might produce less innovation, but it could even be that some of those patents are transferred to other countries. And so it might be even bigger. What we have seen in the United States, there is a paper by Fatih Guvenen and Kim Rule that they looked at all the patents that were moved in the Caribbean, and they could show that it accounted for a big chunk of the productivity slowdown. So I'm saying it could be also that there are patents which are in Luxembourg or Jersey, and that could amplify even more your idea. That's what I mean.
Possibly. I mean, we can. I'll think about. I can't see completely why you would have the regulation might give you, because I mean you could do that without you could take the intellectual property out in a different country, I guess. We would capture that, of course. So say it was the case that the French firm moved it to part of itself in another jurisdiction, that would still be attributed to the French affiliate. So I'm not sure that would necessarily be an issue for us. But maybe we should talk about that later and have a look at that. Okay, so this is just straight out of the box. This is raw data. So on the x-axis, we have the size of the firm, and on the y-axis, we have the share of innovative firms in each of these size buckets. So a size bucket is a firm of 20 employees, for example. So this is saying that firms of 20 employees, 2% of them took out patents, and you can see that as we know, as firms get larger, they tend to be more likely to have patents. But you can see two things from this graph. So as firms approach the 50 threshold, there seems to be a fall, a kind of innovation valley, which comes exactly around this where the regulation binds. And the second thing that you can see is that you see that the slope of the line flattens out as you cross the threshold. So there also seems to be some element that the gradient of this has fallen. And I'll show you, from our model, this is consistent with the idea that there's a tax which discourages firms from innovation, but there's also the tax means that firms are, even when they're larger, because they know they face the tax of growing, may be reluctant to be as large as they otherwise would be. So this, this is what started the paper. We just plotted this out. And we thought, oh, it looks like there's something interesting happening here in the data. What might help us think about that? So in order to think about that, we started writing down a model. And the model is, it's a pretty basic kind of model. So it's a kind of Schumpeterian model. We have kind of Klette-Kortum kind of firm dynamics. So this allows for innovation both by entrants, as a kind of standard endogenous growth model, but also by incumbents. And then all we do is really we add in the regulation by thinking of this as a marginal tax, tau, for firms when they get bigger than 49 employees. So in this kind of Klette-Kortum framework, we have a continuum of product lines or varieties N. We're going to index that by J. They're going to be produced monopolistically by the most recent innovator on any line J, just using labor. So we can think about a firm's innovation, Z, as its Poisson arrival rate, and its innovation will depend on how much R&D it does. So more R&D, the more likelihood you get innovation. And again, in the Klette-Kortum kind of knowledge production function, your innovation rate depends on your kind of R&D flow, plus your knowledge stock as reflected by your size. So if you've innovated a lot in the past, you'll be bigger. Therefore, you'll have a bigger size and knowledge stock, and your innovation rate will also depend on that. So it's a kind of, quite a, kind of nice, straightforward, intuitive way of thinking about the innovation process. Now, each firm is, subject to a risk of creative destruction. So with probability of X, you might be producing on your line, but a rival might come in and, come into your line and take over that variety that you're living in. Or it might be a new entrant comes in. So X is the probability of a kind of incumbent coming in and taking over your line. ZE is the kind of probability of a rival coming in. When that happens, if either you innovate on a new line or a rival innovates on the line, you improve your productivity, and that's going to be this gamma term, and that will be the kind of leap that you make over the existing technology. It's going to be undirected search, so you can produce on any line. If I'm lucky enough and innovate, I'm producing N lines and I produce M plus 1 lines. I'm going to show you the simplest version of the model, which has 2 period owners. Firms can live forever, but I'm going to show you the 2 period owner kind of model, like an OLG model. We go through the infinitely lived version in the appendix. It gives you kind of very similar kind of qualitative results to what I'm going to show you now. So you can think of this as here's a firm. It's kind of investing in R&D, and it's got a chance of going on different product lines, and these are the height of the lines are the kind of productivity of the firm existing on the line. So you can think about, imagine you have firm I is producing on a single line called that line J. This is its productivity, and there's another firm here. It's got 3 lines. This is its productivity level in each of these 3 different products it's producing. Now firm I gets lucky. It's done some R&D. It manages to innovate and innovates on product line 3 in this example. Could be any of them, but let's say it's product line 3. Its new productivity level is this gamma above the existing productivity level. And what we're going to assume is that the firm is going to limit price. So it's going to set a price which is just below the marginal cost of the existing firm. So it's going to become the new kind of monopolist on this new line. So this is the kind of creative destruction process. So for this firm I has now got 2 lines. It's going to grow in size, and this other firm I Pri has shrunk. It's gone down to 2. So that's the dynamics of the model. That's how we're going to model the dynamics of how innovation and how firm size evolves over time. So I'm not given the time. I'm not going to go through all the algebra, but it's a pretty simple type of thing, right? So we know the threshold is this is at 49 employees. That maps directly, in each line. It turns out in this model there's the same number of employees, so that maps directly into N bar lines. That's the kind of threshold. We have a firm's net present value depends on its profits today, its profits tomorrow if it innovates. Its profits if it gets innovated on, so it gets creatively destroyed, and its kind of R&D cost is here. Of course, these are kind of discounted by beta because profits tomorrow are not as good as profits today. So that's the kind of basic model. If you solve that, you get this very nice rule, kind of threshold rule for a firm's optimal innovation. So there's basically 3 different types of firms. There's kind of small firms whose innovation per line is given by this function. There is medium-sized firms who are just below the threshold, whose innovation per line is this, and there's big firms well above the threshold, whose innovation is given by this. So for the small firms, these are just depending on fundamentals. This is basically on Kletter-Colton, the discount factor. You innovate more if you're patient. You innovate more if the step size is bigger. You innovate more depending on if the impact of R&D on innovation is bigger. That's governed by these eta and zeta parameters. You innovate more. That's straight Kletter-Colton. The new thing we get in kind of our framework is that for the medium-sized firms, the innovation per line is going to be lower, because if you cross the threshold, so if you go from being just below 49 employees to being 50 employees, now you have to pay this tax on all your employees. So there is a kind of big disincentive to invest in innovation, because when you innovate, you have to pay an additional cost on all your employees. So that's going to be this factor here, this tau times the number by 49, basically the equivalent number of lines. If you're a big firm, then you innovate again. You've already crossed the threshold, so there's still a tax, but it's not quite as a big disincentive because you're paying this every time you're larger. So you get these three different types of firms. It's probably easier to see this in a diagram. So if you line up the firm size, compare the unregulated economy to the regulated economy, the unregulated economy just looks this kind of straight line. So the bigger firms do more innovation. For small firms, it's the same, but for small firms, as they get just below the threshold, their incentive to innovate falls, because they don't want to cross the threshold and pay the greater regulatory cost. But if they're above the threshold, they still do less innovation than they would in the unregulated economy, because they're still paying this tau on each worker they have. And you can see this gap that gets bigger and bigger. So this is why the gradient of the line kind of flattens. You get this innovation valley just to the left of the threshold, and you get this kind of fall of the gradient to the right of the threshold because of this kind of regulatory tax. So that kind of mimics the kind of the descriptive statistic, the non-parametric graph I showed you right at the beginning of the talk. Now we can, of course, that's just looking at the innovation per firm. We could also solve this because we have all the equations for firm growth. We have a flow equation for firms of different size. We can solve that for the steady state. So we can solve that and get the entire steady state firm size distribution. So if we do that, then we get a picture which looks like this. This is the firm size distribution. So the unregulated economy just has the simple kind of power law that we saw before. But the regulated economy, as you might expect, has this kind of bump of firms before the threshold, and then this fall of the mass of the firm size distribution to the right of the threshold. So, in the paper with Claire, one of the things that we always struggled to justify was, in the pure static model, you should get a big jump of firms at 49, and nobody should be at 51. Of course, in the data you do. And having this dynamic model kind of helps, we kind of rationalize that with the kind of measurement error story. This kind of gives a more kind of economic framework to do this, because, even if you're, at 48 or 45 employees, you're reluctant to get a bit bigger, because that well, in the next period you might have to, if you grow bigger, pay the cost. So this helps understand, I think, why you get this kind of bump up around the threshold, but it's not just a single spike. It's actually more of a kind of a bump rather than a complete spike. You can put those two things together. So we've the model's got my innovation per firm, it's got my size distribution, so I can now build up at the economy level what aggregate innovation looks like. So this just shows you the total level of innovation relative to the unregulated benchmark as a function of the tax. So the way we're thinking of the regulation is the tougher the regulation, the bigger is the implicit tax. So unsurprisingly, the bigger is the tax, the less R&D you do. So for example, if the implicit tax was 2%, you do about 5% less innovation than you would do in the unregulated economy. So this is a parameter we're going to try and estimate from the data, but you can see that this is going to be an important thing in terms of thinking about what the overall impact is. Okay, so let's go on to the empirics and see what the data looks like. So I showed you the static things, both the firm size distribution and the innovation size relationship, which kind of matched up two of the qualitative things in the model. Now we're going to kind of push it a bit further. So we want to measure some exogenous shocks to market size. And the way we're going to do that is to use this kind of Hummels et al. Type of instrument. So we're going to construct shocks to the firm's overseas market, and we're going to use the French customs data. So as I mentioned, for every firm I, we know the product S at the HS6 level. That's pretty disaggregated, kind of men's clothing or women's clothing, and 32 different HS6 industries to a particular destination. So this might be, men's clothing being sold from France to the UK, for example, at time T. So we can construct this this is like a Bartik type of shift share model. We can construct this thing omega, which is going to be the share in all your exports of firm I to of product S to destination J at time T0. So that's going to be the weight, and then we're going to interact this weight with the growth of imports to the country product pair I'm selling to, excluding France, because we don't want shock to France to influence this, to construct the following IV. So the IV, the change of market size, is going to be this initial weight multiplied by the shock to destination. So, imagine you were a French firm, I don't know, Group Bull or something, and you were exporting a lot of computers to China in 1999. So you get a big weight of computers to China. China grows like crazy over the next few years as it joins the WTO. So Group Bull is going to get, an exogenous big shock to its kind of market size because China is growing very quickly. That's going to increase its demand, and that might increase its innovation. So that's going to be the kind of instrument. Of course, we'll do a lot of work in the paper on looking at pre-trends and other kinds of things around the kind of problems with Bartik instruments, which are well known in the literature.
John, okay. May I ask you? I guess this will be the instrument for innovation or market size. What?
So we're going to do a reduced form. So we're going to take this as the shock to market size, this delta S, and then we're going to look at how that is related to the innovative outcomes. So the outcome here is going to be the growth of patenting, and then we're going to have this thing I just described as the shock to market size, and then we're going to interact that shock to market size, lagged appropriately, to this dummy variable for whether a firm is just to the left of the threshold. So in the baseline, it'll be were you between 45 and 49 employees 2 years ago, and then we'll saturate this regression with the linear effect of market size, the linear effect of the threshold, a polynomial in size to pick up whether there could be other nonlinearities that react to the shock, sector dummies to allow for sector-specific trends, time dummies, and other things.
But this instrument, if I remember correctly, is based on very detailed product classification. So if you are operating in a niche industry, so think about hearing aids, where there are only few players globally, wouldn't you think that your innovative activity is affecting, global markets? Is affecting exports of other key players? So I realize that here you have a 2-period lag, so that mitigates this issue.
Yes, I suppose we are living a little bit off the dynamics here. So we're looking at the as you say, the lagged values here. So there could be a feedback effect. So it may well be you innovate in this period, and that has an effect in the future on your your sales or your market share and those different things. So that's why we want to use the kind of lags to this. And of course, the assessment of that looks at pre-trends and other things to look at. So we certainly, it requires weak exogeneity, but not strict exogeneity. The other thing we do, following up my colleague Xavier Yaravel, is that you want to put the weights in the equation as well to take into account that the weights themselves could have a direct effect on this. So we also condition on kind of weights and functions the weight to kind of deal with that fact that you might be in a relatively thin market. So that's the kind of strategies we do to deal with that problem. But just Beata, you're ahead of the game, of course. But just so everybody else is on the same page, the key thing here is that the intuition is that we have these shocks, which is these market size shocks. We expect those to have a positive effect on innovation, but we're particularly interested in whether for the firms which are just below the threshold, that they respond a lot less to that shock. So that, you know, all firms, you know, may respond, and maybe even big firms respond more than small firms. We'll see that, but there'll be a discontinuity to the left of the threshold in the sense you respond a lot less than we would expect you to, given the other things that we observe about the firm. So that's going to be the kind of key hypothesis. So I should also say that the left-hand side variable is this growth of patents. We're going to use this in Davis-Halterwanger-Shue form. So it's delta y over the average of y and 0 otherwise. But we've also done this in count data models using inverse hyperbolic sine, other kinds of, you know, functional forms.
John?
Yeah.
Just two questions. At this point, I was wondering what the role of the model is in this regression. Is it just, as I understand it, to lay out the hypothesis and what to look for rather than anything specific in the structure that we should go look for in the data? And then second, have you guys thought about the importance of uncertainty? Like these firms' innovative activities and decisions, you know, there's lots of things that influence it, but it's also what will demand be like and competition be like. And so there's uncertainty in their performance going into the future, which means that if there's any friction in the market, and this is a tax one, it may just, you know, suppress everybody's innovative activities, and we just sort of, you know, we're kind of just sitting here with a high productivity, but we're not engaging in innovation because there's just distortions, right? The standard kind of feature that we're aware of in these dynamic models. And I kept thinking about this issue, and then I was using your dynamic model and then looking at the equation, and I was trying to figure out where can I find these aspects, and maybe they're all in the controls. And
well, okay, let me see if I can answer that. So the on the first point, so the implications on the static and the dynamic implications are kind of qualitative implications, but they flow from the comparative statics of the model. So the comparative statics and the implication of the model suggests you'll get these you know, non-linear reactions to shocks around the threshold in the way I described. So, but they're qualitative predictions. So the quantitative part's going to come up next. What we haven't done, and maybe we should do, is to actually use some of the dynamic moments that we get out of this equation and use that as well. We're going to mainly use the static moments rather than the dynamic moments. Maybe we should do more on that in structurally fitting the model. We haven't done that yet. On your second question, that's a great point. The linear effects, I mean, you know, for example, we have, you know, sector specific trends and other, you know, obviously taking out the fixed effects by using differences and so on. So we control for some of those things, but I completely, you know, what we haven't done enough of yet is to look at heterogeneity in this across industries. And one of the aspects of that might be in the more volatile industries, as you were describing, that you see less of a responsiveness to these type of shocks, because even though there's a positive shock, maybe it's going to be reversed in a few years' time, so you don't respond to it as much as you would do if it was a more, you know, a less volatile industry. So that's not something, that's definitely something which is on the list to do, and we're kind of constructing things to do that at the moment. Because of the fact that, you know, we're relying off this, you know, we have to have sufficient mass of firms in that, you know, threshold to the left, and we're doing these interactions, it limits us to some extent to do loads of heterogeneity. But I think we could certainly do some splits by industry, you know, theory given splits by industry in the way you're describing. That's certainly something which is down on the things to do list. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's the kind of results. So, you know, this is the results from this equation. So the here's the shock. So, you know, we do see that the shock has a positive effect on innovation activity. The way this is scaled suggests like a 10% increase of your market size is associated with kind of a 3% increase of innovation. So, you know, it seems to matter. This is an interaction with the size of the firm. So big firms seem to respond more to the shock than small firms, and that's consistent with this kind of class of models where, you know, it's the more productive firms who actually respond more than the less productive firms. So that's consistent with some of the kind of competition models that, you know, Philippe and others have developed. But the key thing, and this just generalizes that with more interactions. The key thing for us though is column 4. So this shows you that although the shock has this positive effect, it's much weaker for firms which are just left of the threshold, so between 45 and 49 employees. And that's true even when you allow for more non-linearities with size or with control for other things. So it really does look like these firms respond less. And the easiest way to see this is if you just plot out the marginal effect. So this is the marginal effect of a shock as a function of firm size. So you can see, you know, the bigger firms do respond more to, you know, the shock has a positive effect. The bigger firms respond more to the shock than the smaller firms. But as you get to around this threshold, the responsiveness, you know, falls very precipitously. So it does look like the firms to the left of the threshold respond a lot less to these opportunities than bigger firms or much smaller firms. So that seems to, you know, that's kind of the first set of results in the sense that we have the model, there's some qualitative predictions as we discussed with Jan. Those seem to line up, but now we want to push things one step further to say, you know, what does this mean kind of in the aggregate? So, you know, of course, this requires a lot more assumptions. So, you know, we're going to have to do some calibration of some of the parameters in the literature, some of the moments we actually take from our French data. So, you know, there's kind of basically 5 key parameters that we need. One is the kind of relation, it relates to the kind of impact of R&D and innovation. This is like the concavity of the innovation cost function. This is kind of eta parameter. So we're going to kind of, so the way we do this, we're going to calibrate some of these off other data. So these 3 are calibrated. These 3 we actually take from our own data. We're going to estimate them. The, you know, the values we calibrate are based on this is the one taken from this paper by Antoine, my co-author, where we use actually a kind of a regression discontinuity design in the tax system to identify the causal effects of R&D on patents using the kind of RDD around the discontinuity on from the tax system. But you know, with all of these, of course, you know, we're going to look at sensitivity of this to encompass other estimates in the literature. So you know, this kind of tries to cover most of the other estimates in the literature, looking at kind of the impact of R&D on patenting. The innovation step size, that actually maps into the kind of aggregate price cost margin, interestingly. So, you know, in these type of models, the productivity increase is actually basically one-to-one with the markup. So this is actually a kind of aggregate markup type of thing, which, you know, we can draw on Jan's work and the work of other people to do that. This is the ratio of the discount factor to a kind of scale parameter in the R&D cost function. This turns out to map into the long run growth rate of the French economy. So we take that's about 1.7%. So that's how we calibrate that. The 2 things which are, you know, taken from the data, one is, and this tau is very important. So this is that kind of regulatory tax component. So we get this from the fall of the slope of the innovation firm size relationship. So if you look at, you know, I won't go back to this, but if you look at the equations, the those 3 thresholds I showed you are basically the slope of the innovation size relationship. So the fall of that slope maps back into tau once you know what, you know, eta is, which is the kind of other parameters. Once you know what eta is, given the calibration, we can actually estimate tau. So we do a lot of things on different ways of estimating tau. We get a kind of the kind of baseline tau we use as a tax of about 2.5%, but we also, you know, look at a lot of other ranges again using the estimates in different ways. And the final parameter is this omega parameter. This basically governs the firm size distribution, so we can use the slope of the power law in order to get at this, and that's pretty tightly estimated. So going back to my original graph that I showed you, using all the parameters, we get a tau of about 2.5%. This gives us about a 5.5% fall of innovation, as I mentioned before. We also, given the model, we can do a lot of things about looking at the, you know, where this fall of the aggregate innovation comes from. So this is like a shift share analysis I mentioned at the beginning. So we can say, you know, given the, you know, we can say, if we take the size distribution of firms in the unregulated economy and then just give them the innovation levels of firms in the regulated economy, this tells you how much of that fall is just due to kind of innovation rather than shifts in the firm's size distribution or entry and exit. And it turns out this is where most of the action is. About 80% of our effect, 4/5 of the effect, is coming from lower innovation per firm. But then there's also some shift in the firm size distribution from falls of entry. Those account for another fifth of the overall effect. So that's, a nice thing that we can do with the model. Obviously things shift around depending on the exact assumptions. The tau does matter. So, if you have a much smaller estimate of tau, you get a much smaller overall loss of innovation as you kind of expect. But, we see the kind of 5% is kind of in the middle of the range. I guess I've only got a few minutes left. So the final thing we do, I guess, I won't go into more details as we have time for questions. We actually look at the welfare effects, which is another nice thing about having this kind of structure of the model. So, the cost of the regulation is less innovation and therefore less growth. But the benefit of the regulation is that we spend less resources on R&D, so more output can be consumed. So it's possible in these type of models that you could have too much R&D rather than too little. And if you had too much R&D, the regulation actually, by taxing this kind of wasteful R&D, which comes from business stealing, might actually be beneficial. Now, most empirical studies, including my own, suggest that, in fact, there is a business stealing effect, but the spillover effect, which, is the kind of gamma, governed by the gamma term in our model, is bigger. But, we have to check that's true in our context. So we do that. You can do, this is this kind of welfare in the regulated versus unregulated economy, can solve that all out. And you see these are the two kind of key terms. It turns out that, overall, the welfare effects are still positive. So the spillover effects dominate. There's about a 2.2% consumption equivalent loss from the regulation. And this is a kind of lower bound. So there's a third term which we can't calculate without a lot more assumptions. But this is like the static term that we had in the paper with Claire. So, these dynamic effects reduce welfare by 2.2%. If you also calculated the static effect, as negative, that would also further cause a welfare loss. And, in the paper with Claire, we thought that was between 1.3 and 3.4%. So I'm basically out of time now. Is that right?
Not yet. We started with we at 6. You've got still a couple of minutes, but I may have a clarification question.
Now you're adding on to my time.
But this 5.4% that this is entirely due to those firms that are belonging to the innovation valley, right?
No. So I should be clear about that. So this is a general equilibrium,
yes.
macro estimate. So this is taking across the whole size distribution. So there is a loss for the valley, but the bigger loss, in fact, is that all the firms to the right of the firm size distribution are doing a bit less innovation than they would have done.
Good.
So and of course, you could criticize that by saying, we're extrapolating, across the whole of the firm size distribution, and obviously that's a strong assumption. But remember, the identification is not simply from the valley. It's also from that flattening of the gradient between firm size and innovation. And also, in the firm size distribution, it's because, you have the shift downwards in the firm size distribution. So it's incorporating all of those things. This is the beauty of the, this is why theory matters. I'm a micro guy and I love doing micro data, but, having the framework of the theory enables you in a disciplined way with kind of clear assumptions to then say, well, what's the aggregate, what could the aggregate effect be? And of course, these assumptions are strong, but you might want to have other assumptions. But it's a framework which enables you to actually think about what these kind of macro general equilibrium effects might be, which is, I think, kind of useful in terms of disciplining our thinking.
No, thank you.
If I may
push
you a little bit. So I know why you want to do the welfare effects, right? That's nice. And you consider the benefit of consumption that's higher because resources are not spent on R&D. But, I would want to hope that there is some benefit to regulation. Somebody is benefiting. And here, I mean, workers, right? Because presumably this regulation is there to protect workers. So aren't you taking the easy route out by not thinking about this? And I know you can say, well, let me compare it to the estimates from other models where people actually try to calculate the benefits. But in reality, what we would like to have is one model that would look at both sides.
I totally agree. And I have been trying to think about the kind of analog of the Bailey-Chetty condition for tax, which tries to get at the benefits of of tax, in terms of the the kind of things you would get here for the welfare. Now, the problem is, of course, it's very, this is complicated. This has taken us several years to do, I should say. So building that in would also take us a while to do. One way I was thinking of doing this is to say, well, if it's the case, I mean, of course, you could write this down, but you'd have to say, well, how are you going to empirically estimate it? To the extent that workers really value all these amenities, then we would expect to see that reflected in the wage distribution. So, workers should be prepared to take a lower compensation if they're getting all these great benefits from being, represented by trade union, training, and so on. So you could think about trying to use the wages. Now, if you do that, in fact, you don't see any discontinuity of wages around the threshold. So, that's a little bit of evidence that, maybe workers don't actually benefit, value these as much as we might say. Now, of course, there could be externalities, which I'm not taking into account.
So, John, can I jump in just for a second? So I was thinking exactly along the same lines of Beata, that someone, I mean, I'm going to be the last person to defend French regulation, but they have an intention to do that. So but that's outside of your model. Inside of your model, you could still discuss distributional effects, because why is this tax not necessarily decreasing welfare? Because the innovation is not happening in in other words, they're rents, right? And so anytime you have a model with some rents, restricting innovation may lead to gains, in fact. And that's like, that's the Agion and Howitt model.
But that we do have in, though, right? So we do have that in the model. So
right.
That was this. I rushed through it, but the Agion Howitt model and all the endogenous creative destruction models have this. When I innovate, I take your market share, and I don't care that you've lost your market share. But of course, you've invested resources. That business stealing effect is me grabbing the rents, but it has no social value. So that is exactly the kind of thing which can lead to too much R&D.
Correct.
Because and that we do capture. So that we absolutely do capture.
Yeah.
That is incorporated in the model.
But these things, if you could separate the effects of this on, the workers and the innovators. I don't know if the model allows you to do that, because, you could argue that by restricting innovation, overall output growth declines, but actually the share of the non-innovators or the people that don't own the firms increases, and then you get into the political economy of it all.
Maybe we could do that. I mean, the model is very. I mean,
So can I ask one question? I mean, like a basic thinking, like along the line of Beata, a basic thinking like the firm, instead of maximizing his own profits, is doing a Nash bargaining, because in a Nash bargaining, the firm is maximizing surplus and it's taking into account all the externalities on workers. So, for instance, if you have a framework in which there is non-transferable utility, if the tax is going to hit the firm, but on the other side it's benefiting the workers might put more effort and he might want to produce more, and this might push the frontier forward. So I think like I don't know if Beata you were thinking this, but I think some basic thinking like just basic Nash bargaining would capture that.
Well, when I back as I tell my graduate students, back in the days when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, and I was doing my PhD, my job market paper was all on exactly looking at the way in which innovation in the firm gets shared through a Nash bargain with workers, and showing there was evidence for that. So I totally believe in those type of models. But, of course, there's a cost to adding an additional complication to a model. So there's always the question about, if you're going to add an additional level of complexity, what benefit do you get from that? So I guess that's there's a lot of things we could add to the model, but I guess the question is what do we think is the most important kind of first order things to kind of add to it? And I mean, I do agree with Beata that this is a generic problem. I think it's true of like when you look at unemployment insurance and you look at the negative effects on jobs, of course, you're not taking into account the positive effects on insurance. So this is like a lot of the modern models try to take that into account. So that I think is the biggest criticism of this framework, and that it's not taking those directly into account. So I do agree that would be a useful extension, and then again we have to balance off whether that extension pays for itself in terms of additional insights. Although the model looks simple, it's actually I mean, maybe we're not I'm saying you're not a fantastic theorist, but Philippe is. And it took us several years even to get this kind of framework going. So there's costs and benefits of adding complexity. Anyway, I think we're in the last minute, so I'm going to just wrap up. So here's just the picture of looking at radical innovation. So this is the incremental innovations, and you see this is where the negative effect happens, whereas you don't see it for radical innovation. So that's one. So radical incremental innovation is measured by future site weighted patterns. So that's the kind of I guess the silver lining that the French regulations may be reducing innovations, but they're not reducing the major innovations. And that's also true if you look at the dynamic responses. The radical innovations aren't really affected much, whereas it's in response to these market size shocks, it's the incremental innovations which are negatively affected around the threshold. So that's kind of it. Lots of robustness tests. I won't go into them. Lots of extensions. So yeah, there you go. So a framework, I think, and could be enriched in many ways, but at least a kind of a baseline framework for thinking about the effects of innovation or regulation innovation seems to matter in terms of growth, innovation, as well as welfare, and has some purchase on the microdata. So I think as you're saying, a lot of interesting extensions to it, but at least it's a starting point. Thanks very much.
Thank you, John. It's always a pleasure to hear you presenting papers. So thank you very much for this very nice presentation. We have maybe 1 minute for a short question. If there are one. Beata, I see that you were Claire now. Claire Delarge.
If there is time, Beata, go ahead.
Beata and Claire.
I just wanted to close the session, so if you have a question, please go ahead.
No, just a quick question to John. I mean, in our paper, it was already not so easy to map the estimated wages to the actual regulation, and here, in fact, you are even further away, and because we have this regulation that are mostly related to labor, except that there are many of those, and I might send you a more comprehensive survey because they have been working on this. How do you see this mapping? I was wondering, have you looked at maybe R&D employment? With R&D survey, you could, I mean, one mechanism could be that when you approach a threshold, then you trade off R&D worker against R&D production, against a production worker. And this is consistent with the fact that you kill, incremental innovation, but not the most important.
That's a great suggestion, actually. It also fits in with the previous presentation about the techies. So, I mean, my chief answer to what you were going to say is that the French R&D survey, as rich as it is, of course, there wouldn't be enough firms to cover, it wouldn't cover enough of our firms. But the kind of techies thing, using the DADS data with the employer-employee stuff, you're right. We could look at R&D employees and exactly like the previous paper did and look at how that changes. That's a great suggestion. That's a really good suggestion. Yes, we should do that.
Okay, so thank you really much. I would like to thank all the speakers for their very nice presentation. I was really happy to have you all today for this special seminar on globalization, technology and labor market outcome. I'd like to thank also the CPR and especially Mandy and the CPR team, Beata as well, for helping us organizing these events. Thank you, Beata. And maybe Beata, you want to say some words.
Yes, thank you, Farid. So on behalf of the CPR, I would like to thank all of the panelists, our audience, and of course, Farid and Ariel for putting together this excellent lineup of papers. And last but not least, I would like to thank Mandy. You know, the session has been run in a very effortless, smooth manner, but behind this excellent running of the session, there is hard work, preparation, and expertise on the part of Mandy. So Mandy, again, big thank you to you. So everybody have a good evening. It was lovely to see you. Hopefully next time I'm going to see you at a live CPR event.
Thank you, Beta.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.